Welcome to Charisma Saves. It's your boy, Papa Jaku.
Your boy?
Jaku.
Wow. Papa. It happens sometimes. Anyway, and we have the rest of all of them. There they are.
Hi.
We got Sarah, Alex, Hannah, and Randy.
Yep.
Now they don't know.
I like how
they don't know. It took a second. I was doing it backwards. It's fine. Anyway, so
I'd
welcome.
like to think you hesitated because you thought about me being called Randy and your
Well,
brain
it was.
rejected
It was. Well, I gotta be honest. It got harder as it went. So it's not like it was just. If I had started here, it would have been just as difficult. Okay. Anyway, for you at home, you kind of can't tell. I guess for reference, forever. If I look to my left, it's the twins. If I look to my right, it's whatever these two end up being. Russian cat. Cat Russians.
For international news
No,
reasons,
Russian.
it's not.
Sort of Russian.
Russian and soon to be annexed by Putin if nobody stops him.
Just yeah, that's okay. Anyway, but like fantasy Russian, where they're fun and whimsical.
Tolstoy.
It is fictional Russian, where it's just
Well,
vodka, vodka jokes.
It is all happy. We
Remember
have
say
accepted
you
past.
say comrade and it's funny, and not sad.
So, we're back yet again for more of the good stuff.
Is this the good stuff?
This
Shit.
is the good stuff.
This is the prime content.
Prime. Speaking of Prime,
You
feel
should
free.
sub with your Twitch Prime.
Feel free. So yeah, I mean, we don't really have a lot to introduce right now. Hopefully, you're back again. But if you're here for the first time for some reason, welcome. Good episode to jump in on. Early on, pretty excited. I'd like to see some of the Thursday traffic. It seems to be maintaining okay. It's okay. It's decent. So, we do have Hannah for today and tomorrow. Wow,
Kidnapped her.
what an exciting
She's not allowed to go home.
development.
People enjoy my company. I'm not repugnant.
This is actually
so-
going to be the first time she's hung out with us, so...
I
The
have
first time
friends.
Hannah's ever hung out with us?
Outside of D&D? Yeah.
Yeah, ever.
Yep.
Ever. That's
Ever.
right.
Should have asked you to bring edibles. I
Well,
didn't think of
I'm
it.
a good friend.
And
I
already have...
did.
Hell yes!
Okay. Are they the marshmallow ones?
No, they're great. They discontinued the marshmallow.
Did you give Skymint as well?
It's Skymint.
Yeah, good
yeah,
stuff.
the grape ones are
Skymint,
good.
sponsor me. Anyway, I smoke a lot of your product.
I eat a lot of your product.
Here in Michigan, where it's legal. Yeah, I mean, there's not really anything else, but we do have an ad. An ad that was prepared.
It was prepared. You know what would be the worst thing to do is to show up on this day and then be like, "Oh, Jake, I never asked what the ad was supposed to be for."
No.
What kind of shitbag friend would do that? Not me,
no.
okay? I'm a goddamn professional.
Just like the professionals at Gotham PD.
You know? That's true. Have you ever wanted to fight crime in a gothic city? Gothic is not trademarked. Gothic is not trademarked.
Okay. In the ambient style of Gothic, like
Yeah.
art?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you want to be a monk that's able to do things, I bet, but I didn't read the thing recently because I didn't prepare for this ad read? Do you want to have some sort of vehicle themed after whatever your thing is?
That is optional if your DM allows it. But I put the mechanics in it for the subclass.
Do you want to throw rangs shaped like whatever your thing is?
It could be the way of the bat or something else if you wanted.
You could go ahead and order.
Wait, this is not...
I'm doing Hulk
This is-
Hogan
this
now.
is
It's
almost
going
like-
Hulk Hogan.
this is
Are
almost
you ready
like-
for Hulkamania?
It's almost like bone saws ready. This we transition transitioned into Marvel on accident. Total accident. It's fine. Back to DC. Actually, legally distinct from DC.
That's true. That's true.
It is the way of the bat. Monk. It's a monk. You don't.
It's a bat monk.
Punch stuff.
There's a link in the chat probably.
Yep.
And click on that. And is it $1? Is it $1?
It's $1.
It's $1. What a
70
deal!
cents.
It's 70. It's on sale for 70 cents.
That's a great deal.
That's like hardly money.
So if you
Do
want,
any of you even have cents?
so if
No.
you want to
No.
play a monk based off of a flying mammal themed superhero that is not trademarked, then
true.
Bats are mammals.
Are you fucking serious?
Wow. Okay. Well,
No.
we should unpack that at a separate point in time.
No. I'm not playing until this is addressed. Period. Okay.
No, that makes
Ask
sense
that
now
question.
that I think about it. I just never thought about bats being mammals.
Tell me to my face you thought bats were birds.
That's like the
Say it!
What do you think?
fact.
Before mammal, what did you think they were? Did
I
you
didn't
ever
consider-
categorize them?
I never categorized them. I didn't consider
At
them.
least it wasn't bird.
It wasn't.
I'll say
You
it's
can
better
milk
than
them. They're mammals. You can milk them.
you can't
Think
milk them.
about
Bats have
bat
milk.
milk.
They're tits. You
But no, that
suck
makes
on
sense.
the tits.
I like the
It's like
fur-
everything else
The
with milk.
furry bats that eat lots of fruit and then their cheeks get
They
really
have
big.
fur, you say?
They're fur.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that makes sense.
And
now.
live birth.
Yeah,
They don't lay eggs.
And they nurse their young.
yeah.
Huh.
Weird.
True story.
Platypus.
I respect Sarah a lot. I do. It went down a little bit. It went down a little. It went down a little bit.
Smidge.
Not enough that it's like extreme.
It's not
but
noticeable, but it's like
You should okay,
You kind of like
okay.
when you accididentally punch the shit out of the reporter in Mass Effect.
Yeah.
Accidentally.
Yeah, okay.
Because it's like a bullet time thing. You go bam, and you're like, oh shit, I pressed R2 because it told me to.
Oh no, I just pressed it because I wanted to punch her in the
No, I
face.
didn't know. I like gamer reacted when the first 2 times I did it because I forgot and I just blasted her in the face. Didn't
Look,
mean to.
okay, bimbos are valid, and
Yes.
yeah.
Anyway, if you too would like to blast people in the face, possibly with a stunning strike, or your gadgets, you could get the Bat Monk for $1, actually 70 cents, in the link in chat that Alex posted.
Yeah.
That Alex posted. There you go.
I can't get chat to work for some reason.
Well, that's okay.
It's fine.
That was what the ad was for, by the way.
there we go.
Not the mammal teats. Mammal teats information free.
Thanks, Chad.
You're welcome.
Can you update the bat monk so you can get extra teats like a bat?
You could just homebrew that yourself. You can just have as
How
many teats as
many
you want.
milk
teats
at
do
people?
bats have?
Wouldn't that just be
I
a
don't.
racial
You know, that's a
ability?
good question. I don't know.
A
What?
racial
That would be a
ability?
racial trait, not a class trait.
Well,
You
it
just
depends on how much you hone your
you
teats.
study the arts and you get enough key points that you grow extra teats.
We should make
I have a friend with an
multi-titted
extra
bat
nipple.
people as a race.
We knew someone with an extra nipple when we worked at McDonald's.
I
He
went to high
showed it
school
to
with a
me
guy
in the
who
back
had
of the
4.
McDonald's.
Okay, but funny
Wait, who was
story.
it?
Wait, funny story.
Ooh.
He was a really big dude. He wasn't this.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
Yeah. He was like, "You want to see my third nipple?"
Yeah, I
and he took
remember.
me into the back where
Yeah.
all the buns
Oh.
were, and he showed me his third.
Yeah, he did that.
That's amazing.
I remember that.
Would
I
I
forgot
have
that person existed.
Been there for this person.
Probably
not.
Fucking maybe. He got fired or quit or some shit.
Hold on,
Anyway.
it was McDonald's.
Anyway.
And now we're here.
And we're here.
No.
At the table for Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
I didn't get to finish.
Oh my god. Can
So-
we start the game?
Literally just the
No,
fucking
hold
Always
on,
Sunny
hold
episode
on.
we just watched. Like I said, just get off track immediately.
In fairness, I'm here tonight, so I don't have to go home like at 10. So
Sure.
like it doesn't matter.
It's
We
okay.
beat
Critical
over
Role has
12
like a
hours.
half-hour burn before they even get into the episode. We could do 15. We can do 15 on bat nipples.
True.
I
Let's
was
do
just
it.
saying that my friend didn't realize that it was a third
Oh.
nipple until she started HRT, and then she realized it was
Oh,
a
it got
third nipple.
bigger. I
Like it
assume.
reacted.
Oh yeah, that'll happen.
So bodies,
It
they're
came
really
to life.
cool. And weird.
I have the average amount of nipples.
The average amount of nipples would probably actually be slightly above 2.
I was
Probably-
gonna say, it
might
would be
slightly
like
below. I feel like some
2.5,
people
right?
don't have
Or
those
Does it
nipples.
even
I
out?
feel like the number of people born with extra nipples is more than the number of people.
Okay,
who
but it's
lost
like
nipples.
negligible.
Really?
I think so.
I feel like you round to the nearest integer, and it's not 2.5.
If someone's
nipples
born without
per
nipples,
people.
can they go? Could they go topless on like Twitch? Is that?
Get rid of your nipples,
Let's
and
find out.
you can
It's
just
like God censored you. You're advertiser friendly from birth.
What if you just you lost them because you you know, had
Same.
like
It doesn't matter how you lost them. You don't have them. You can't get banned. That's what it's about.
even if there's like lumps there, but no
course.
nipples.
Lady lumps.
I did say that I could tape male presenting nipples over my nipples, and then it would be safe.
My nipples are too sensual.
I was gonna do a thing where as I transitioned, every day I posted a nipple photo to see when it crossed the line.
You never did do that. I
I
remember
never
talking
did.
about that.
Now it's too late. They're definitely boobs now. Like they're
I don't
100%
know.
boobs.
I don't know when the line was,
But it happened.
but I know there was a line. All right.
All right.
Here's what's
D&D.
happening. Okay. All right. I have no first thing first. Okay. I did have another conversation, but I'm not going to bring it up, so it doesn't matter. I should have known. So.
But now I kinda
See,
wanna know what
I
it
should
was.
not prepare an ad more often. That was great. You're welcome.
No.
Let me turn on the
Your
beat.
job.
You're just mad that we revealed that you don't know bat facts.
No.
We didn't reveal that. She
Exposed!
revealed that.
I'm fine being a total fucking idiot, okay? I'm at least pretty enough to be a little stupid.
Oof.
Wow.
How stupid though?
Where's that line?
Look. Your attractiveness goes up with your intelligence. She took the ring off that she'll put on later.
Not even worried.
I'm gonna act like
We all know this is
I'm
the
gonna act
most
like it
important
harmed
part
me.
anyway.
Okay. So last we gathered. The music started.
Finally.
There it goes. An auspicious opportunity led to a decent payoff, as a completed job for a local crime boss named Dante Rossi ended with you all holding the keys to a decent-sized warehouse in the Chips, a poor part of the city of Evan Falls. Spending the day to move in, you each set out on different tasks, encountering landlords, law enforcement, and sibling home improvement specialists. A peaceful day spent acclimating to the new space and more possibilities than any of you had had in some time. You all rested for the first night under the roof of the warehouse at 84 Bay Ridge. The morning of the following day, however, was not as peaceful, as the room was awakened by a burst of psychic energy that exploded from Soren's haunted psyche, harming Isabella. In the aftermath, Soren revealed a secret, that he was bound to an entity by a contract, one Soren signed into his own flesh. Spending an inordinately small amount of time on that revelation, I guess for a real life, but not in the fantasy universe, I suppose. Sort of matter of fact, I rewatched it. You're like, yeah, this happened. Everyone was kind of chill. It was interesting.
We've had a lot happen to us.
Pressing into the day, in spite of these mystical revealings, you decided, as a group, to invest in some tips for prospective work, which Inc. managed to obtain from the local contact spot, Leo's Deli. You obtained the name Farouz, and are meant to meet them at an event the following evening known as Vadaval, which will be held in Hobton, a neighborhood in North Chipside. Having some time to kill, Inc. decided to look for a mark to rob within the chip markets, and promptly chose the wrong one, as the woman the Tabaxi tracked into an alley confronted her before disappearing from view, leaving the paranoid Inc. to look over her shoulder for the rest of the night, and possibly forever.
The fact that you're even
Who
recapping
knows?
this concerns me.
Who knows
The
where the
blue-haired
invisible
pronouns
woman
lady
may
is coming
be?
For you.
Isabella, then, using some abilities granted to her by Mistress, decided to peruse the experiences of fellow warehouse
Resident?
roommates, I guess, sort of.
And they were
Or residents. And you chose to do so upon Soren. And as you did so, you became locked in place, a prisoner of your own mind, stunned to silence and reduced to silent quivering for hours as the cacophony of the noises inside of Soren's head engulfed your senses. Through it all, you were able to make out one set of intelligible sounds. Va'ajtu. We begin at that moment. As Soren awakes and the rumble of noise ceases in your mind, Isabella, you crumble to the floor in sheer relief for the silence. Soren, you awake to the familiar sound as normal, hungry for the day's knowledge, only to see her collapse on the floor. And you realize that she too has heard these noises and weathered the storm of that thought and will likely suffer the same nightmares that you suffer. It was quiet. The other two have not been aware so far. You have crumpled to the floor. After standing there for an indeterminate amount of time, the sun is now peeking through the shuttered window slats.
Did it feel like hours?
For you, you don't know. But you do... It's interesting. You don't often feel traditional fatigue, but this would be as close as you've gotten to real fatigue in some time. And out of the sheer relief of no longer having to be forced to stand, your body, in however it's constructed, and mistress and your mind all crumple onto the floor. You take no damage, but you sit there for a moment. If you were a more physical being, you feel as though you'd be maybe experiencing a stronger reaction. And you see this as you awaken, stopping the noise for her, retaking it.
I'll jump out of bed and crouch down to check on her.
Okay, as you jump out of bed, your cot that you brought into the warehouse, sort of come out of bed and scramble to the floor, and you look at her, and she looks normal, but she sort of blankly stares for a while. Your vision is it's almost like you got knocked in the head and everything rattled for a little bit, and it's almost blurry, like you got to blink to regain focus, which is a foreign concept to you in this state.
Isabella, are you okay?
It finally stopped. The sound. I think it's just when people say their ears are ringing. That is happening now.
What sound?
Do you hear that all the time?
Do you hear it?
I heard it. Briefly,
Roll a perception check.
I think.
You can 8. Okay. You do not notice what happens when her gaze of two minds ends, but you can feel within you. I can only describe it as this is weird. A non-gastrointestinal version of bubble guts, but your entire body as she, mistress within you, is like tensing and twitching, almost like spasming, as you could feel her coming to kind of the same way you are and having experienced a similar thing, but she is not talking to you right now in a similar way. It feels as though your connection almost was not fully separated, but there's almost like a buffer.
Mistress, are you there?
Yeah. One moment, darling.
Isaac, are you awake?
I'm downstairs, homie.
You're
Oh,
down-
he's
I
downstairs.
sleep downstairs.
Yeah, he's in
You're
the
downstairs.
basement.
It is morning. What have you been doing in the evening? Just sleeping?
Yeah.
Okay. You sort of listen. There's no stirring from Isaac's direction. The door is probably shut.
Will you be okay here if I should go get your brother?
I should be okay.
Okay.
Do you want to try to get up?
No, I think I'm gonna sit.
Okay. I'm imagining sort of that folded leg sort of up to the side as you sort of right yourself. You don't feel any physical, obviously, you don't feel any like spasm yourself. It doesn't seem like, again, possibly you intuit that maybe you are numbed to some of the sensation you would have otherwise felt. Which is a double-edged sword of sorts.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna make my way over towards the basement then.
Okay. You walk the short distance and you reach down for the trapdoor. And you,
Isaac?
And you hear that.
Yes.
You should probably come upstairs. I think something happened to Isabella overnight.
Okay, so you don't get dressed. What are you sleeping? Do you have like PJs or do you are we buff?
Buff?
In the buff.
No.
I like my
It's probably just like a white shirt with just briefs.
Okay. So, a dressed down version as you take a moment. And are your legs revealed in the? Since they're briefs, they're like kind of like boxer briefs. And they come down to the top of the thigh. Mm-hmm. This would be the first time. Would you like to describe as you? Well, I mean, I don't know what it is either. As you get up, and you can hear as Isaac arises that sort of like, almost like anyone who's ever lived with lower body pain, that sort of like, or a back pain or something, that sort of prep where you go, and then you get up, and you make that old man noise or whatever noise you make. That's my is my old man noise. You hear that, and you hear you audibly hear like the snap and the like pop of this stiffened, injured leg, the one that he limps on constantly, and it takes him a second, but he gets up, and the ladder that's like that is kind of like, you ever seen those, like, it's like ladder stairs where you can step up. You don't have to climb like this every time. So you hear that sort of like cane doof, 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 as he grabs it, but it's like quick up the stairs.
So it looks normal, like from far away, but when you get close, what you see is just like a bunch of dots that are scars from him injecting his leg with the serums that he tests on himself. So it's kind of like just needle scars in a sense.
Okay. And as you get up, you can see lying on the floor, not really looking in your direction, a seat, well, not lying, I guess seated on the floor, the silhouette of Isabella.
Rush over as fast as I can.
Okay.
Are you okay?
I think so.
What?
You didn't have to get up. I'm. What time is it? It's.
Do any of you have a timepiece?
No.
But the light. We have light coming through into the house, right? Or into the warehouse.
There's a little bit of light. It's early. Based on the light, it's early morning sometime.
Okay.
What happened?
I didn't have time to prepare your clothes or anything. I'm sorry.
That's fine. I'm just glad you're okay.
I don't know what happened. I woke up and she was standing near my bed and then she fell.
Hank, you hear annoying grumbling from below. You've been woken up early again, 2 days in a row, and as you wake up, you feel like the side of your face is sweaty. and Mr. Buttons has curled up next to you in like whatever that sort of nook, and there's like drool, and your drool is mixed with like the slump, and you like this,
That's
and you
a
can go.
really
Ah, ah! I need you to roll dexterity saving throw.
It's got your DNA now.
Oh no. Look, the cats had to
24.
become friends.
Okay, you go, and then it takes you a second, and you Mr. Buttons just sort of like you're about to roll out, and Mr. Buttons just sticks to you, and you manage to hang on, and you don't fall out of the hammock that you've put in the rafters of the warehouse, and you relax. You remember what's going on. You can look down, and as you do, pulls off. But you look down, and you see the scene below you.
Did I miss something? Did that invisible woman come and beat someone up? What is happening?
Oh, there's an invisible woman.
Did I not tell you about the invisible woman? I will. Okay, not the invisible
Maybe,
woman. Then.
tell me later.
Yeah, sure. What is happening?
This ink sort of. What do you wear while you're sleeping? What do you wear while you're sleeping?
Probably just with the stuff that's without the jacket. So just like basic shirt, pretty much the same stuff but without the jacket.
Okay.
I'm dirt. I probably just roll up the poncho as a pillow and sleep in my clothes.
Ugh.
Okay.
God, you're both gross.
You have goo living in you.
But clean.
Isn't it like full of bones? Is it only Mr. Buttons?
Also have goo living in you.
Mr. Buttons has the bones. Mistress is capable of digesting such things. Mr. Buttons uses the bones for a little bit of structure.
Mr. Soren, does Vaash too mean anything to you?
Don't think I've heard that before. No? Why?
You haven't heard it before.
Not that I can recall, no.
I'm gonna stand up slowly
Mm-hmm.
and try to orient myself. I think I'll be okay.
What do you?
Okay.
What happened?
I told you as much as I know. As soon as I woke up, she fell.
Brother, can we go downstairs?
I was just about to head that way and put my clothes on anyways.
I'm gonna follow then and
Okay. So you both decide to head downstairs for a moment. And you can see, as she stands up, and you can hear it, sort of the sound of two porcelain plates sort of rubbing together, that sort of like, and there's a small, like, crack in what would be your right hip and thigh area. As you fell, it just the slightest, you barely even felt it, didn't cause damage. And there's a bit of concern in Isaac's face as you head down. And you do so, making your way down pretty quick.
yeah, and then close the door behind.
You close the door, and you see this happen.
Well, I think you should probably take a look at this. But last night, Mistress showed me that I could look through other people's senses. So I attempted to do so with Soren. And I don't know how long I was standing there, but I heard everything he heard. And it was just constant talking and noise, except for that one word.
Interesting.
Oh, I forgot to mention. I'm so stupid. When you said that word out loud, everyone but you, like, got a little, just slightly queasy. Not like maybe even noticeable at first.
Like it's a hindsight thing where you realize, like,
Yeah. like as you think about the word, that feeling sort of comes back up, and you start noticing this as well. Just a little queasy, not like.
I was poking around because, well, yesterday when that thing happened, I think that was the first time I've experienced pain.
Pain? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, my body didn't hurt, but my mind felt something. And I think it was pain.
Maybe we should wait to poke around in brains a little bit longer next time when we're all kind of awake.
Well,
I don't want something to happen, and I'm not there for that.
I didn't want him to say no to it, because it was a little... I feel like he might have tried to avoid it, so I figured...
I think it's fair to assume most people would.
But I also wanted to know what happens when he sleeps.
Maybe we wait a bit longer for the next one. Because that's 2 days in a row that something has happened. And I don't like that name.
Vashtu?
Yeah, that one.
You can, like, you feel that sort of like right before you puke, right here.
Do I feel it?
No.
Every time you say it, it makes me want to throw up a little bit.
Is it gross?
No, it's not that. It just feels ominous, almost.
Unnatural.
Yeah. It doesn't feel right.
What are you two doing?
I'm getting to the end of a story. I'm explaining the invisible thing.
Okay.
So if you see the blue-haired woman, be very cautious. But be most cautious if you do not see her.
So earlier this morning, before you woke up when that door opened on its own, that could have been her?
The what did what now?
Roll a deception check. And roll insight.
3.
Oh. Well.
Nat 20. So
What?
I know you. You write the stories.
That's Well, if I see any invisible people, I will let you know.
Okay. So.
Let me take a look at your. I'm gonna take a look at
Yeah. It's you sort of move it aside, and there's just a small crack. Nothing too serious. You do know that her porcelain edifice does repair over time. It's part of the enchantment of the vessel. But as you do see the black inky, I guess, apparatus of Mistress has filled it in.
It's like Kintsugi, but...
Yeah, almost like Kintsugi, which is not. I didn't know the name of it, but I was gonna say like the vase, and then if it's cracked, it's the gold is filled in. It's that, but black.
That's cool.
And inky, and it seems to fill the space and hold it together. And as you like test the seal for it, Mistress seems to have that. There's not much more you could do besides wait.
Okay.
Seems like she's looking out for me.
There's a little bit of you that appreciates that.
Yeah. That's good. I'd be more worried if she wasn't while living inside of you and everything, I guess.
I think she'll look out for both of us.
Yes. Yes, I will.
Oh, are you feeling better?
No. Maybe. And there's... And just like sort of the maw mouth sort of talking beside. You speak as though I live in her like she's a nest. But as much as I live within the darling Isabella, she lives around me.
Yeah. Makes sense.
It's more than making sense, my dear brother Isaac. And she sort of reaches down, and you see sort of tendrils like just sort of wrap like around Isabella's hand as sort of like a
Oh, we're holding hands.
sort of like a holding hands, but like a almost like how you'd grab the hand of somebody when you're trying to like it's almost protective solidarity.
Yeah.
Like you could tell that she cares too in a way that you respect, I guess, in a way. She sort of recedes.
I should probably get everything ready for the morning.
I'm just gonna start putting my clothes on.
Okay.
Getting ready.
Okay.
Yeah, I will make sure that he's got everything he needs, and then I guess I'll go make like tea, morning tea.
Okay. Isabella ascends the stairs after a few minutes, seeming okay, and barely acknowledges you and proceeds to make tea in the morning for everybody as normal.
Everything okay?
Seems to be. Mistress says she feels better.
Good.
And you look over, and Mr. Buttons has consumed some sort of pest that was in here a moment ago and is no longer. But you can see a little bit of like a wriggle from within, and then and the wriggling ends.
I'm gonna make my way over to Mr. Buttons as I'm bringing the tea to the table, and then just give him a little pat on the head for being a good boy.
Do you bend down to do so?
Yeah.
With your physical hand?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know how you're gonna. I don't know if you're gonna use mistress to.
No, just straight up, just
Okay.
bend down and give him a little pat.
You bend down and do the texture of your hand stuff. You don't stick as much, and you just sort of like pat him more normally.
And then, yeah.
Mr. Button seems to, for some reason, like that. The longer it steeps in the cat bones. So, other than that weird shit, the day is yours. You don't have anything to do until the nighttime. You did have some other goals if you'd like to. You can spend the day doing whatever you'd like. I know that you were mentioning you wanted to try to find a used automobile.
Oh, I'm not doing that today.
I don't know how
have
much
to
money
say,
you have.
No, I have none.
None money?
I think I have like a copper.
We have...
Just take a loan. That's fine.
We are.
I'm not saying they would be against financing.
That was more a medium-term goal.
You said a used car.
We
The
have-
used cars are much easier than
I'm
medium-term
sure.
goals.
68 gold left from our renovations.
We should hold on to that. We should hold on to that, and we will figure out transportation other ways until we can get enough money. I want to make sure we can pay rent first. I think it would be a bad first impression if we are late on the first month's rent.
Can't you just use your, taxi car?
I could, but I do not believe they would be very happy to find I was using it for personal purposes. It is against company policy, but if we threw a couple... if we needed it in an emergency, I could probably use it, and if we pretended to have some fares and we put money in and said, oh, these were the fares, they wouldn't care. But
So you'd be chauffeuring the rest of us around.
basically, yes.
Do any of the rest of you have experience driving a motor vehicle?
Nope.
So,
Probably.
But our
not.
family probably had one, right?
huh?
Our family probably had one, but I assume we
drivers.
had drivers, yeah.
No.
Automobiles are not brand new. Think of it like it's basically the 1940s as far as automobiles are concerned. The very first
So, like,
18
not a Model T, but like a little...
not a Model T, but like the rounded sort of
Still very carriage-based
I just
design.
realized-
no,
ethos.
just past that.
Okay.
Just past that, but the things here, the cheap ones,
Mm-hmm.
are more carriage based. You're starting like the Model T ran until I'd look this up. The Model T ran until like 1928 or something, like way too long. And so there's some of that around still, where you still have some of that old design, and then the new designs are starting to come out. And in fact, serendipitously, 1940 is also when the first like all-terrain vehicle really came out, the Range Rover, for war. And so there are some expensive versions of things that can travel over land right now, but you guys are, but yeah, you guys had a driver, more of a, I don't know, a luxury vehicle in the standards of that time, I suppose, but never drove it, and not for long.
I was gonna say, I don't think Isabella's ever been in a car before we left the city, or left our house.
Not for long periods of time. Certainly not like this. And there wasn't much reason to travel by car in your town. It was more of a status thing. Like Larock is not have like vast roadways, but it is built recently so that it accommodates vehicles more fluidly, as opposed to this city, which was built prior. So.
Well, did we have anything we wanted to do? I assume we're kind of setting and
Yeah.
drinking the tea. Anything we wanted to do today before we have to meet the contact tonight?
Unless you have a way to make money, I'm kind of in a lull at the moment.
Same. I wasn't going to do anything. I didn't know if anyone else had anything.
Is there a library in town?
Yeah,
Just
like
the
a
bookstore.
like a public library?
Yeah.
Is there anything like that?
You would not know that.
Okay.
You're not a library enjoyer.
That actually sounds quite nice.
That's not necessarily true.
There's a
It gets
bookstore.
books and
Yeah,
stuff.
books, but
What's the
libraries
bookstore?
are
Is that more not in the
publicly
chips?
funded,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be in the chips if there is one. Okay.
or at least you don't know about it. If it is, it's disrepair. But
I've not heard of a library around here. It's possible in a better part of town. I do not know.
across the bridge, probably.
The public funding down here is not great.
Okay.
Do we have enough time to go across the bridge?
Yeah.
And then come back?
I would imagine so, yes.
Wouldn't hurt to go. I wouldn't mind. I'll go with you.
Okay. Yeah.
Trip to the nicer part of the city.
You have never
Sounds
been to
fun.
the rings, which
We
is
did-
the nicer part.
We crossed the
We did.
bridge once.
For the gun
So
store.
the gun store,
Gun
but
store.
you've never been in. That was like right at the edge.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's basically like I don't know, like taking an exit off a highway without going into town. If you'd like to go across the bridge and go to try to find a library, you can.
I would like to.
Okay. So you gather whatever things you'd like for the day. and you head out into town. So, is there anything else you'd like to do on the way in the chip markets and stuff as you sort of move through that space? Because you're in the Bay Ridge, where your warehouse is kind of that shipping industrial stuff next to the river. You're kind of on the most interior version. The river's kind of the furthest away, but a lot of that is just shipping and work and stuff. The chip markets, you have to kind of walk through that to get to the bridge where you're going, and that's where all sorts of stuff is. Otherwise, you can just walk across the bridge.
Yeah.
Up to you.
Yeah.
Okay. So. You travel through the chip markets north and head west across the bridge towards the part of the town, part of the city that is nice, the rings. You can see from across the bridge as you make your way across the chasm, there are silver officers that inspect randomly people as they walk by. All of you are subject to random search. We'll see what happens.
Didn't this happen last time where Ink got a little harassed?
You start walking in a direction, and this bridge is maintained and clearly is a product of the aftermath. The bridge needed to span the long way down after the chasm was created. This side, the chip side of it, apparently at some point the powers that be have decided that both sides are responsible for their half of the bridge, and chip side bridge is fine. It gets a little bit more sturdy as you go, but the silvers control it. People walk by, they nod, there's carts, there's vehicles, there's all manner of people, mostly heading in, a few heading back. As people, it seems, you get the vibe that there's some money to be made on the other side of town by selling certain things. Soren, you are walking, and Ink initially gets a little bit of something, and she gives a slight sassy vibe to the police officer, but it doesn't really amount to anything. And you think, oh, here we go again with Ink. The two of you are not harassed, which seems pretty normal.
Checks out.
But as you walk, and there are like food carts and stuff. The walk is kind of long, and you kind of have to avoid queues of people every once in a while. You have to make your way through crowds. It's not a terribly like efficient bridge system because it's so clogged. Because it's one of the only spots that you can safely get across unless you choose to go through the Hang House neighborhood, which is obviously very dense as well. And you end up bumping into one of the silvers on accident, totally an accident. And there's a turn, and you see, yet again, they're often very short-haired, elvish descended individuals. This one happens to be a woman, and about your height, a little bit of a slender build, but breastplate, and a weapon that you have seen before but haven't seen recently, and that is a kind of a longer barreled. It has 2 barrels and a big stock. It is a shotgun. It holds buckshot, and it is apparently the weapon of choice for crowd control. As you bump in, and she turns and almost gives you a scoff, as if, how fucking dare you?
Sorry, officer.
Yes, you will be sorry. Watch where you're walking.
Yes, I shall. Thank you. Keep going.
Okay. You all feel that little bit of tension as that happens. You sort of like lose a member of the group for a second, and you can see what's your passive perceptions?
Well, mine's dog shit.
I have it on.
11.
Probably like negatives. I think I'm below 10.
The highest is Isaac with 11.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Which is great. Yeah, the other 2 of you are focused on him, and you only notice one other silver, but probably her like partner or something. Sort of watch the interaction, and then tension releases, and you continue through.
Do they search people on the way out too?
It's kind of both, yeah. It's definitely more in than it is out, but
It's like the border to Mexico.
yeah, a little
Yeah.
bit.
I think
It's
we've
treated
made this
like
comparison last time.
It's treated like very different places.
Next question. Is opium illegal?
Yes.
Oh.
How illegal? Like pot illegal or like opium illegal?
Opium at this point in time is not like, you know, it is understood as a thing that people have access to, and it's often a thing that people add onto to make an issue more severe. Does that make sense? It's more like a tacked on thing than it is like you'll be arrested for opium possession.
But if they caught you, would they just like possess it and maybe give you a ticket, or just be like,
It'd be-
ha ha ha?
It's like
It'd
a
be part-
weapons charge
it'd
when
be-
you're being investigated
Yeah.
for drugs.
Yeah. It's like something you
'Cause
tack
weapons
on.
are
Because it's
technically
hard
okay
to
to have, but-
regulate and it's hard to just search people for that. And they don't really give a shit that people are doing opium so much, like as a public health crisis, because it's not one. There's a little bit. There's deaths. It happens. But they don't really like give a shit.
In this universe, opiates are fine.
Ugh.
But people are trying to
That's-
cope with the fact that
That
they
is
no
not
longer
what
have
I was
healing
communicating,
magic.
but if that's how you want to play it,
It's not a public health crisis.
it's not one they treat as a public health
Oh,
crisis.
okay.
Yeah,
So
they-
like the real world.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they don't have like a war on drugs necessarily. It is simply, culturally speaking, drug use is understood as a social thing, and kind of if you keep it to yourself, it's not a big deal, at least here where you grew up. Other places where you came from, drug use, unless, like, anything that dulls the senses is kind of frowned upon socially, and to some extent criminalized depending on what it is.
Fascist.
Yes.
Have either of
Yeah.
you considered that if you dress a little nicer, perhaps you would be harassed less?
I'm checking the pores, okay?
Have you considered that we should not be profiled for the way we dress?
She makes a good point.
Yes, I agree, but it does make it a little bit easier.
I wouldn't say put a judgment on if you should or shouldn't, but as a matter of fact, they will look at you.
So I deserve it because of the way we were dressed.
I did not say you deserved anything, just that you would get less attention.
I dress the way that makes me comfortable. I am not going to dress differently just because some asshole silver is going to look at me and go, oh, that person has more money. Not to mention, this is basically the only outfit I own, so...
Well, if you ever have anything illegal on you,
Why would I ever have anything illegal on me? I am very on the up and up.
That doesn't mean anything.
You could at least launder your clothing.
I'm just saying, if we ever walk through with anything illegal, one of us should probably hold on to it.
It is not a bad idea. I am not disagreeing.
Fair. Yeah.
Just to make sure no one gets
That's
thrown in
You
prison.
could have mistress hold your opium. That would not be bad.
I don't know if
Mistress,
If
have you
it's
ever done
walker-proof.
opium?
She doesn't know what that is. She's not willing to speak in this crowded area in deference to you, but you hear in your head, no, is it meaty?
She asked if it was meaty.
It's not meaty.
And I don't think
She's not interested.
Yeah, I didn't even have to
Yeah.
hear her.
We're obtaining the vibe here, okay?
Yeah.
more for me.
When it comes to opium, I don't know that quantity is necessarily the ideal situation.
I am going to prestidigitate both of these smelly.
Right now, on the bridge,
Individuals.
with your ink goober monster.
That's
how it works.
How does the ink goober?
It goes...
Oh.
Probably should wait.
The flavor's the flavor. It's kind of hard. You don't have necessarily inconspicuous abilities.
Yeah.
Right
Maybe
now.
we should buy you some nice clothes or get
just
them
A
cleaned
second set of clothes.
I like my
Yes.
clothes. What is wrong with my clothes? I like this jacket.
Yes, it is nice, but sometimes it's much.
You just don't wear the same thing every single day
Why not?
because you have to clean it.
It gets clean occasionally. Every once in a while, we clean it. It's fine.
When's the last time you've cleaned it?
The
What
fact
month
that,
is this?
The fact that you have to think about it is concerning.
It is Amaro, which is the 6th month of 10. Roll a d6.
It's gonna be a fucking 6.
My clothes get cleaned when I bathe. So
4.
a couple days.
What do
4.
you mean when
2
you
months
bathe?
ago, you gave it a good scrub, and it's rained a couple times.
See, it is fine. I am fine. I am covered in fur anyway.
You roll a d6.
When's the last time you took a bath?
A bath?
Yeah. Or just
You like baths?
taking...
Cats are...
in my head,
Do you
it
like
works
yourself?
the way cats
Okay.
are.
Do you like yourself?
She's like... Okay, so, I mean...
No.
I bathe myself in private. It's none of your business.
By private, do you mean up in the hammock?
That is private.
Or by private, do you mean you just don't?
I do.
still in the
Why
same
do you not think
space.
I would smell terrible if I did not bathe myself?
Ink
You
doesn't
Well, you don't clean your
smell
clothes,
that
so...
much.
I was gonna say.
The smell doesn't come from
just
ink.
smell a little.
Can she even smell things?
Mistress
Somewhat.
What was your d6?
2.
2. The poncho has seen better days.
You can't watch the poncho.
You can't.
You-
think you could.
You can, actually. you
Um,
can definitely watch a poncho.
It's good luck. You can't.
I don't think that's true.
Does good luck mean being harassed by the Silvers?
Don't really care what the police think of me.
I mean, to be fair, just want to point out, we kind of did a crime. And the Silvers are kind of watching us.
Being smelly
Just
is
a
not
thought.
evidence of crime.
No, but when you
People
look clean and
respect
nice,
you more.
people don't give you a second glance.
There's a
Exactly.
lot
All
of
I'm saying.
respectability politics. I don't
And right
like it.
now, we
How
need
about
to
this?
be
Okay.
down here, not up here.
Once we have more money, after we do a job tonight, I will buy more I will buy shirts, I will buy pants. But I keep the jacket. The jacket and the hat are a non-starter.
Yes,
At
but
least
can we
wash
wash
it.
them?
Yes, I will wash. It's fine. I did not have roommates before. I didn't have to get all hoity-toity.
You have
Ooh.
like smudges and patches on your pants, like
There's like jeans that sat for so long in a place that when you unfurled them, they sort of held their position. You kind of had like.
oh.
It seems like we've been at that stage for a bit on the pants. Where every time they're put back
I
on,
could
they
repair that better than the patches.
I think I did a pretty good job. Considering I do not know how to sew, I took the thing and I...
you feel a
Did you make
draft
noise?
go through do it.
You didn't even pick a matching fabric.
Where am I going to find... I used fabric that I had in the apartment. I think it was a pillowcase.
I like that you don't remember because you've cut so many pillowcases.
Anyways, I think library time.
Well, you don't know where a library is.
If anyone is going to ask about the library, since we already had the discussion, you two should probably approach people. I feel like they will think I'm going to rob them. In fairness, I would at least
So
think
you
about
agree?
it, so...
But you get very defensive if
I
someone
cannot
else
agree
says it.
and be offended and defensive. Those are not mutually exclusive concepts.
As you reach the end of the bridge and step onto into the rings, you pass by Idwal's Irons, unless you'd like to go in. And again, there's a stark difference in funding. Like kind of when you cross county lines and the roads get really good. It's very similar to that, where the cobblestone is clean. There's sidewalks. It looks as though the roads have been updated to accommodate vehicle travel, and vehicles do travel more often around here. Not something you necessarily paid attention to prior, although Ink, you're familiar with this, is they have sort of hand-switched traffic lights at major intersections that two individuals on either side flip signs for.
What a job.
As
couldn't
they're
have
crossing guards. This was a job.
I feel like they should have invented the four-way stop or a roundabout before they hired people to do it.
Well, there's one. It's more of a main thing, and then the side streets are not like used as much, and so it just didn't make a ton of sense. And except to stop it for, it seems as you walk by, there are some occasional shipping things, but the houses here are nice. They're a little. There's obviously, especially as you gain towards the center, as in the center of this city builds up and up and up, and you can see the bridge that the hang houses exist on, extending from behind that and reaching up towards the center of town again, looming over, not just over the long way down, but over the city itself, casting its shadow. You see the large dome of the, you know about this. Actually, it's in your sheet.
The chalice.
You do see the chalice. It's called the Blue Chalice. That is where the government exists. And then it's called the rings because of the concentric rings of, or I guess the spiraling rings of walls. You have to walk around and go through unless you have special access. Usually a government official, silvers, important people that have money can use these passages to more easily walk through. So, you want to try to find a library. How do you want to do it?
Ask a silver.
Okay, you're gonna walk up to a silver. Okay, of which it's not like covered in silvers all the time, but the crossing guards are silvers, though a lower station. Clearly, they don't wear the breastplate, and they're just sort of in button ups with little hats. You can ask one of them, or you can ask the patrolling officers. What do you want to do?
Probably a patrolling officer if they're the ones
Okay.
like they're a little busy.
Yeah, and this space is again kind of a like a people moving area. There's lots of like small shops around here that offer different things, mostly like superfluous stuff. You do see clothing stores, you see hair places, you see a lot of like those cultural sort of they allows you to come up in the world a little bit. Jewelry stores, art, and it seems as though the rings on this side is selling a little bit of its culture to the people that walk across that bridge. For those that have the money, almost as like to you specifically, it feels like almost a fuck you, we're rich. Look at this stuff we have. And to you, it seems like a nice shopping area. There is... Yeah, I guess... how did you want to ask the... I guess I got to know that before I can...
Hi. Me and my sister are kind of new to this city.
And you present your sister.
Mm-hmm. Hi. Do you know where they could find a library?
They sort of look at you. And this is a crossing guard or one of the
patrolmen.
Patrols. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to bother the crossing
Sure.
guards.
So then, those are the more bald-headed, a rather tan-skinned elf with again kind of longer ears than the normal. Maybe a touch of Fey ancestry you recognize, like almost like a golden hue, just a little bit to the skin that doesn't always happen. And actually, you're struck by the sort of natural beauty. Not a lot of elves where you come from, and it's you're a little bit relieved at the plethora of individuals that live here. There's a breath of fresh air to the fact that you get to interact with people that aren't just Vale's humans. And they don't have the veneer of that either. That sort of, there's not a pompousness. Even though this is a bougie place relative to where you've been, it doesn't have that, like, yeah, it's quiet. Oh, the library?
Yes, please.
Are you a member of any of the,
I am not.
Are you new in town?
Yes.
All right. Well, you probably wouldn't have access to the big one, but there's the points over to the chalice. There's the government archives, the Asari archives. But there is a memorial library not too far from here. Yes. If you walk down here, why don't you come with me? Is it just the two of you?
My friends as well.
Yeah, you'd have to walk a long way. Let me get you through very, very quickly. And the other two come up as you wave them over. All right. Doesn't really give you too much bullshit. It seems like once you get past sort of the border guards, the people that like to be in that position, the rest of the Silvers are just kind of people, maybe. At least this one seems to be kind of okay.
It's like once you get past the TSA, you're good.
Yeah. It's more like the
There's
patriots
a draw.
that watch the border.
Yeah.
And then there's cops in small towns, and then there's, some of them are, people that happen to have a shitty job. And this seems to be one of them.
That's not like some of them, I assume, are good people.
Some of them. Dude, just Donald Trump racist rhetoric, but cops.
Oh my god.
This individual walks a little bit with you. He goes, so, where you from?
We're from the Halvian Vales, actually.
Ah, the Vales. That's very interesting. Very interesting. How is it there?
Haven't been there in a couple of weeks.
Oh.
We decided, old enough now. Might as well take a trip.
I'm excited for the Kane Industries announcement. You've seen. I assume if you're from the Vales that you are familiar with.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh well.
Do you know what the announcement? Do you
No.
have any idea?
No. But I'm excited. I read about it in the paper the other day, and yeah, looking forward to the end of the month to see what that could be.
Well, this should definitely be interesting.
I think it will. I mean, I've spent a little time across the bridge, and I think the factory there is really helping. It seems the people have a little bit more money as they come across the bridge, and that's nice.
It's always nice when people get more
It's
money.
a liberal. Oh fuck.
Amazon warehouse.
Oh, they put a
You know, I heard
warehouse.
they have to pee in bottles in the factory. Don't let them take bathroom breaks, just saying.
Sort of dismisses that. We're almost here as you walk, and there's a little break in the roadway and sort of the sidewalk that you were walking on, and to the left is a big wall, in front of which is basically imagine a city block, and then right behind it, like right behind my house in the backyard, a big wall.
Oh,
Yeah, and it splits sort of neighborhoods, but there are occasional gates. This one is manned by 2 people, and there's some sort of apparatus above the wall itself that seems to probably house more individuals in case of defense or something. As you look at it, it seems like you could walk up there, and I'm talking to you because this is how you look at stuff. There's a moment, I guess, where you can see through it, and the gate isn't just like this big wooden door. It's like what's the word I'm looking for? Portcullis?
yeah.
Where you can see through it, and it sort of like slots into the ground. And as they walk up, the officer says, "All right, we're gonna let these 4 through, okay?" And the other 2 kind of look at each other and go, "Okay," and they just go, easy as shit. Nothing else to it. They just needed a word from somebody they trusted, and the portcullis goes up, and you're allowed through. They don't check your papers or anything, and the officer says, "All right, have a good day. And when you come back, if you come back within a couple hours, they'll still be here, and you should be able to get right back through here. So follow this, go right, okay, and then there's going to be a building there in the middle of. It'll look like a library. You can't miss it."
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes. All right. Well, have a good day.
Thanks, you as well.
And then the portcullis closes, and you walk through, and you are in the next interior concentric ring. And sure enough, as you look down to the right, the road sort of curves along, and at the end of the roadway, as it continues to curve, there is, have you ever seen any sort of like city where they organize sort of the roadways around a major building? It's like that. It's very centralized in the view. And you can see it's not a huge building, but it has 2 floors, and it says the Asari Memorial Library. And as you walk up, there's an entire, like the sign on top of this very rigid building. It's like a rectangle with a square on top, and then it has blue slatted roofs that sort of pitch so the rain doesn't sit on top of it. It has statues on either side of 2 people, one of which is a masculine man with different ornamentation along his nose and along his ears. You recognize this as the emperor of the Asari domain. And on the other side is the queen, her face shrouded in a diamond veil, much like on the money in the art that you see. And there is a plaque kind of in the center of this pathway that goes around, and then the side, the pathway sort of splits into a circle, and in the center of that circle is sort of like a memorial area, like a grassy area that's sort of got like flowers, and it's and in the middle is a plinth, a plaque that comes up and is slatted like this, and it has the names of many people who died during the moon crash, and is a memorial to them, those that were able to be named. And there are many people. There's sort of a after the pathway and on the outside, there's sort of grassy areas where you see some people sitting, probably students, younger people. This seems like it might be a relatively well-used public library, not like a hip hangout place or anything. There's no one playing hacky sack, but there are people using it, and the doors are open on this mild day. And you step up the stone steps and into and through the very nice open wooden doors that are held open by two stoppers, and you look in, and it's a well-lit, multi-story library. And in front of you, a bit of a ways into the library, about halfway in, is a square desk area with two librarians that are helping different people. It has places to sit. It has many different books. And again,
Question.
2 levels. Yep.
Would they have clothing patterns at a library?
You might be able to find, like a book
Like,
to
yeah.
learn those things. I'm sure that there's.
They have like
I don't know
in
anything
real
ab-
life. There are books about like
If there are in real life, I'm sure there are in fake life.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, those probably exist.
Okay. I'm just gonna kind of like pick around that then. Well,
Okay. So, it uses the Dewey Decimal System, or whatever it's called. There's a system. And you guys can try to find books. What do you guys want to try to find? You've been in libraries. You read books. It's not that hard to figure out what you want to look for. It's just a time thing. You have a couple hours. I'll say, you can try to find some reasonable amounts of stuff before that port. You're going to take the long way, which is fine if you want to take the long way, but it'll cut into your travel time by quite a bit.
I would like to look for a book of different surgery techniques.
Okay, so a surgeon's sort of manual, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're looking for very, very official medical documentation. All right.
Pulpy adventure novel.
Pulpy adventure novel. Okay. And just the thing, and
I'm looking for, like, wherever the kind of occulty type books are stored, like magical discussions, things like that, and anything
for magic,
Well, I'm looking for like
or like lore.
like more lore type stuff.
Lore available. Magic, again,
Yeah.
strictly controlled.
And just
sorry.
casting like a wide net, trying to find this Bosch 2 word.
Sure.
Control
Okay.
F.
So everybody make an investigation check as you look through, or if you'd like to, to do some
I
other
was
thing
gonna
other than look for
say,
yourself, that's fine.
Well, I might. I don't know if my heart is in the library search.
Uh huh.
So I'm gonna tell Isaac that I'm gonna go walk around and
By yourself in a big city. Alone.
Technically, she is not alone.
Well, you know what I mean.
You find a pulpy adventure novel right up front in the that section in Barnes and Noble where it's like, what's the new book?
Yeah.
There it is, and it's called something. In a second, we'll figure it out. Why are you having this conversation?
it should be fine, right? I mean, I have mistress.
Yes, but if something happens, none of us can get to you.
I guess you're right. I just was going to go look for like a fabric store or something.
I need you to roll me a d10.
Okay.
We'll see what the hip new book is.
I mean, we are the
Please roll
nicer
5.
part of the city.
Five.
It's probably
That's
fine.
a 10. The zero's a 10, right?
If
10.
you're
10.
concerned, then I'll wait here.
Running in the jungle. Very pulpy. It's a choose your own adventure.
I already found my book, so I can like go with her if you want buddy system.
Are you just gonna walk out of the library with the book?
Did you check out?
I'm trying to think if Ink would know. Has she been to a library? She's been to a bookstore.
You know how bookstores work. You pay for the book.
But she would have vaguely heard of libraries, and no one's.
You know of library.
I know
you
that's
know
what
a library is. You don't know how they work. Let's say roll for it. Roll
That's
roll
what I'm
d20
thinking.
and just see what happens. What's it say?
16.
16. So you should check it out.
Is there like a disc that looks like?
Yeah, there's a desk in the middle with two. It's a square area. The sides are cut out, so it sort of looks like two brackets, I guess, from an aerial view. And then one sits here, one sits here, and they sort of help people with questions. They have stacks of books and stuff. They seem like normal librarians.
Hello, this is my first time in a library establishment. I would very much like to read this book, please.
I'd like to check it out.
There's an older woman, very, very skinny. Seems like nice. She has glasses that sort of hang on a chain around the back of her neck that she brings down and holds like this. And she looks at you as she's stamping different books. She goes, "Oh, honey, well, yes. Do you have a card?"
Hey, what kind of card? I do not.
It's a library card.
I do not have this card of the library of which you speak.
All right, well, if you'd like to check out books, you can do a monthly library card for 2 silver a month, or you can pay for the year for a gold or lifetime membership to the Memorial Library for a donation of 20 gold.
Do you have a gold I can use?
And then you bring the card and we stamp it.
I will do a year.
Okay. And she takes a second and she
That's
goes,
cheap.
"What?
That is cheap.
What's your name?"
Ink on skin?
Ink on skin.
When you get 5
She wrote
stamps,
on skin.
Onskin?
And okay, today's date. I sign it. And then you get a little library card that I didn't prepare. It says Ink Onskin. And it's a little library card, and it has basically they'll stamp books, and then you'll get a new one every time you upgrade, and it says kind of like it's a year membership, and it says the date on it. So every time you come in, basically you'll get it stamped. They see what it is, and you have it for a year.
Okay.
When you collect 5 stamps, do you get a free pizza?
Is that what your
What
library
fucking
did?
library gave
Did
away
you guys
pizza?
not book it?
What?
No, I remember that. Yeah.
No.
In elementary school, you'd
Yeah.
read like
We didn't
5
have
books,
that.
Yeah,
and you get a
no,
free
we did
pizza?
have that, yeah.
We didn't
Wow,
have
losers.
that.
I had like some sort of reading program, but I'm gonna be honest.
Book it was the
Third
shit.
grade me was a
All-
bad boy.
All
Bro,
we
I
had
was
was
always at the
skating
top.
by.
no.
I
All
was
we
at the
had
top.
was
Oh, yeah.
accelerated reading.
Yup.
And that was like.
Well, I was
lived
accelerated
If
reading.
you
It was
had
all boring
okay,
though.
if you had
They
a
wanted
lot
me
of
to read, like,
accelerated
kids'
reading
books.
points, then you would get like the school would host like a pizza
I was a
party or
nerd.
ice cream party or something.
That's what it was.
Yep,
we
I was a
we
nerd.
obtained points, and the class got it, and I remember having to do that. That's right.
Yeah.
I don't
You're
remember the
welcome
Pizza Hut thing.
To Alex's
yeah.
third grade
There
class.
was
Maybe
no
it was Pizza Hut.
sponsored.
I don't remember. But
Pizza, and you get like a little medal too.
I used to
that said
get
book
free.
it.
I
rental
had-
okay,
video
okay,
store,
hold on.
too.
We're gonna stop this conversation, but we're gonna do it after
Okay.
you say your favorite book from that experience. Mine was The Hatchet. The Givers is honorary.
Del Toro
Oh,
Quest.
God.
Like we're talking like third grade era.
Mine was Del Toro Quest.
I don't know what that is.
How do you not know what Del
Artemis Fowl.
Artemis Fowl?
Del Toro Quest is a deep cut.
Del Toro Quest?
Del Toro.
Okay. Wow, that is harder than I thought it was going to be. Okay.
Yeah.
You, favorite book?
It was hard
from
for me, I had
I'm
a
looking
lot,
up the
too.
title.
What was it?
I mean, I read
Explain it.
Harry Potter.
It's from Sharon M. Draper. It
Oh,
was
fuck.
called. It's the one with the fire, not Fire from the Rock, even though fire's in the title. It's the one where there's the guy and his sister, and where the fuck is the name of this book? Forged by Fire. That's the name
Oh,
of it.
okay. You're more of a Catcher in the Rye fella?
Del
And then
Toro.
third
Elementary
grade.
school. That's the
Del Toro Quest is just like was like children's fantasy.
The only
adventure.
thing I remember
Animorphs.
reading before middle school was Animorphs.
Animorphs!
Yeah.
Honorary mention. Okay, anyway. So, you have Running the Jungle. It's checked out.
Is there any like late
2 weeks.
2 weeks. That's
Late fee is a gold.
That's a lot for a late
Yeah,
fee.
that's a
how
year
they-
membership.
That's how they ensure it comes back.
I guess.
That's why the late fees are there. That's
Cheap
what the late fees
membership,
are.
crazy fees. They're like
You have to
the
pay
bank.
for the book if you steal it.
What if I just never come back to the library?
Well, then we'll see what
I have
happens, and you hope it
overdue-
closes
look-
like Blockbuster.
I have overdue
many of
library
us who
fees
succeeded.
from my high school that
I
they
had-
tried to get me for.
Bro, I
Like,
got collected for $20 from my college. Collections. They sent it to collections. And I remember when I got this house, they're like going over my credit. They're like, "Oh, you have a thing." And I'm like, "What's the thing?" And they go, "Yeah, it looks like you're in collections." I'm like, "What the fuck?" And I'm like worried. And I go figure it out, and it's $20. And I'm like, and I call the college
For like a book?
for a book, and I'm like, "Guys, can I send you this and you'll stop that?" And they're like, "Yeah." I'm like,
Jesus
"Okay, cool."
Christ.
It was really dumb.
I had like
Sent me to fucking collections.
$45 at a family video, and then it closed.
Yeah.
So.
Oh my
Saved.
god.
Whoops.
All right, so you want to walk around somewhere, and you have already gotten your book. Sure.
So where are we going?
I was going to look for a clothing or fabric store.
Okay, we can go do that. That sounds fun. I have not been to this part of the city.
Sure.
You ever?
Do you want my investigation?
Yes.
21.
21.
12.
12. Okay. So as you two exit the library, the two of you spend some time. You very quickly find the medical area, anatomy books, stuff like that, and you're looking for specifically
Different
surgery techniques.
Yep.
Okay. On humans?
Yes.
Okay. Because there are like
Yeah, there's
non-human
vet
things
books
exist. So
and- yeah.
okay.
Is the anatomy of most humanoid creatures relatively similar? Like, what is
That'd be a great question to ask
Okay.
Isaac. So, yeah, you find some stuff, basically Grey's Anatomy, not the show, the book. You find different things, some of which you've read. There are some books definitely that involve surgery. Is there anything more specific, or just stuff you don't know and you're
Stuff
trying
I don't know
just
and
trying to
trying to
make
learn
sure?
more.
Okay, yeah. So there's just different aspects of different kinds of surgeries that are logged in journals. Basically, it's very dry reading, but you like it. And so you pick up basically what would be considered sort of a compendium of journals that's sort of held for posterity, and they have again they're sort of set up like
Yeah, I got you.
how is there what in your head, what does that look like? Person who went to medical school.
Sorry, I spaced out.
Yeah, what would be like a book on surgery? What like
I had a book when I was in nursing school that was like, just like there was like a bunch of flip pages of
what
different
I'm
body
imagining.
anatomies with like actual like
Yeah.
Okay, I only went
actual
to basic
pictures
Like
though.
as a
science
letters
stuff.
anatomy?
Yeah, so like if you were
Okay,
looking
so that's
at
what
a
I
chest
imagined.
cavity,
Okay,
you
so I was
would have
imagining the correct
organs
thing.
and shit.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
I'll
that.
so
bring
this
it
is-
next time. It's cool.
Okay, so this is
Yeah.
cool. This is basically what you have. It's just a
think I saw
version you
mine
haven't
too.
read, and it's a little updated, and it's more contemporary. They've as time goes on, obviously the techniques get better, and you just want to sit down and sort of peruse it, or you want to check it out.
I'm going to check it out at some point. Yeah.
Okay, so you look it over. It looks satisfactory, and you can again purchase a year-long subscription.
I would love to. How
Or-
many books can I check out? Is it
3 at a
just
time.
3 at a time? I'm gonna grab 3
Okay, of just the same.
of just like different medical books.
Okay, yeah. So you have 3, and they're very boring, dry. They're like volume blank, and there's dated, and they have the different doctors that are involved in it. We don't need the titles for it, but you have 3.
Rip.
Whoa,
Rip.
almost caught.
Rip.
Almost.
Almost caught. Oh, there we go. A little swooshy.
I'm not going out like that.
1 for 2. 1 for 2.
Yeah.
Not bad. A good off the bench performance. So
Oh my god.
I have the farthest shot.
So you have it. Okay. And 12 takes you a little bit of time, but you're looking for specifically like occulty sort of.
Yeah, I'm just doing whatever I can to try and zero in on this word.
Okay. With a 12, as you read through and look through, there are many different accounts of many different occult-like things, specifically after the moon crash, that has increased as the hazard of ghosts has become very real. The hazard of undeath has become very real. The prospect of dying for most people now is not as calm and sordid as it once was. Understanding that the physical body must be burned for fear of such things, you do find out things kind of that you already knew but are solidified as you peruse through. Like if you kill somebody, there is a chance, if you don't dispose of the body correctly, they will turn into a revenant and come after you. There is, which you've experienced in the campaign before. There is
Necromancers get no.
I think got lashed on.
There is tell of like the new religions that pop up out of that. Like there are still people that worship the old gods. Asulfa being one of the more popular that still maintains, although the priests and things have.
Gee, I wonder why.
The priests have simply lost most of their ability to do things. Although some basic healing and stuff does exist still. A lot of stuff you already knew with the 12. You aren't getting many leads in many directions with that. At least not at this library. With this role.
How long
this
are they good
information.
for, the rental?
About 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yep. Roughly 10 days. It's a library. It's not going to be crazy, like, hardcore about it, but late fees are things.
Of course.
Do they have a Dropbox?
Yeah. It doesn't have to be. We don't have to role play like
I
the
know,
librarian
I
every
figured-
time. But I like that question. Is there a D&D library Dropbox?
Just in
that I can
case,
return?
like, if
It's a
at
great question.
nighttime.
I just love that it came up. So yes, there are, and because your name is stamped on the back like a little slip, and just like you remember, and yeah. So
They don't do the stamps anymore. Now it's all
they
digital.
did when we were kids. So, and that's how they do it in this, because they don't have
And it
computers.
doesn't hurt the environment.
It probably hurts the environment still, just in a different
But it's
third-party way
Like-
that we can't see initially. That
Yeah.
will eventually come
So
back
for
to
me,
haunt
yeah.
us as the ice caps melt. The GPU processors and librarian computers is really the downfall of this climate. Just pumping that heat. The two of you have ventured out into town. You want to find a fabric store or a clothing store?
A fabric store, probably.
Okay, so like a Joann's.
Yeah.
All right. And how would you like to achieve finding this? You're just going to look around the street so you can try to ask somebody?
If there's like a silver or somebody who looks like they might have directions, then I would go ask.
Okay. So you ask the nearest police officer. Holy shit.
Uh-oh.
It is a lower level police officer that is across the street from, or I guess adjacent to the area that the library is. There's some businesses that pop up here, mostly cafes, places where you'd take a book to read. Nice places, a little coffee shop, and the coffee smell sort of draws you. And you smell a little bit. You probably don't care about coffee as much. Let's see. Mistress likes the smell of coffee. Not in a hungry way, just she sort of enjoys it. Similar to me, probably. I don't want to drink it, but I like it
Same.
if you brewed some.
Same.
And there is a police officer with a beautiful mustache that curls up, half elven, based on the ear height and the amount of facial hair that is able to be grown. Very, very nice eyebrows. A very well kept together individual with one hanging earring off the side that shows a a small sigil of the Asari domain. Do you know what it looks like off the top of your head? The two snakes that sort of.
Yeah. The two snakes coiled onto each other.
Yeah, it's on your map in your thing that sort of surround the sun. But you ask this police officer what? As they sit at a cafe enjoying their tent.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Would you be able to point me in the direction of like a fabric shop?
Yes. It's an interesting question. I thought you had more of an issue.
Oh, no, I'm just new here, and don't really know my way around.
Well, my darling. Okay. If you walk down the street, starts giving you directions. You should be able to find Jones Fabrics.
I hate you.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And I give like a little curtsy,
Okay.
and then
All right. As you follow the directions, not far from here, you go around. It looks like a nondescript building. It's part of many other businesses that live in this sort of. It's almost like a cul-de-sac of businesses, kind of like a neighborhood strip mall vibe, with some residential stuff behind it. You walk over, it says Jones Fabrics, and you walk in.
Mhm.
With a little ding 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 ding. And inside, there is an immediate smell of potpourri and all the other things that happen in fabric stores, where they sell candles and they sell little pillows and designs, and there's a bunch of blue-haired old women in here, and
Blue hair.
not as blue-haired, not as vibrant. It has since dulled, and you see in the middle, sort of slashing through this large ream of fabric, this beautiful sort of crimson, not dissimilar to what is around us right now, slashing through with this like flourish, is a dwarven woman, in a beautiful flowing, almost like it's decent to wear outside, but it also has nightgown vibes. If you know what I'm saying? Like very like flowy and shows a lot of the portions of the body, and you can see the rolling, voluptuous, large belly, big lips, and then a glorious mane of like bright, vibrant, red-orange hair, that's braided back, and comes out into ponytails, and then the like really loud makeup. Not quite like Mimi makeup from Drew Carey show, but like not, we're not at drag levels of makeup, but we're approaching it. As it's almost just like that's a loud person, and cutting the cloth and rolling it up and handing it over and looking at you and going, "Oh my, welcome."
Good day.
Good day, ladies. And she hands two of the older ladies this fabric, and they pay, and they sort of go, "Bye, Joan." And Joan goes, "We'll talk soon, Margaret." Yes. Welcome, young lady, to Jones Fabrics. I'm Joan.
Hi.
And these are my fabrics. And you see lots of options for different things. What can I do for you both? Oh, you are stunning. stunning. I love the coat and the hat. The rest of it, we could improve.
Thank you. We had this discussion earlier today, actually. She does
Did
not
you?
like how I sewed my pants.
If you would like to have those patches professionally done, we do offer such a service. But you, elegant, please. And sort of walks around the counter and takes your hand,
I'll do this with my gloved hand.
gloved hand, and goes like, and spins you.
Oh,
Oh, what a
That she
a
spins.
divine visage.
her big floofy dress
Yes, and
twirls with a petticoat.
and she
it's-
does the same, flowing around, and she does the flow, and like, again, a very voluptuous. Her titties go, like, and it's kind of a low cut too. You can tell this dwarven woman, who would in human years be getting close to her 50s, feeling her damn self. Oh, what a vision!
Thank you. I actually made this dress myself.
You did! I made mine.
It's impressive work.
Yes.
I found these pants in a dumpster.
Oh, well, reclamation fashion is a choice.
And recycling is good for environment.
That it is, my dear. I like you. Ladies, please. Come to the back. Walk with me. Let's understand your vision. And she walks you to the back, and there's a small lounge, and she pours you a cucumber water. She
Another
sets it
cucumber
down.
water. What is it?
This is a cultural staple of the bougie here. Another cucumber water, and sits you down for a moment. It's okay. It's refreshing, if a little pungent.
When she's not looking, Ink's gonna take her flask and just put a little.
Okay, slide a hand check. Okay.
16.
Okay. Easily enough. You... No, yeah.
Vodka cucumber water.
Vodka cucumber water. And then she sets back, and she takes out a cigarette holder, and it puts a very nice premium non-hand rolled, machine rolled cigarette. And she starts to smoke it, and she offers them to you out of a golden little tin that she unflasks. And,
I do not smoke, thank you.
yeah, okay. Clicks it, and you can smell it's a clove cigarette.
Mm.
Smokes a little bit. Well, what are we looking for? You hear ba-da-ding, ding, ding. She goes, welcome to Joanne's. Or Jones. It's totally not Joanne's. It's, welcome to Jones.
Copyright straight.
Please look around. Enjoy yourself. And you see just another old woman that walks in. You are a very refreshing clientele, let me tell you.
Well, I was looking for some neutral fabrics, perhaps some satin ribbon, lace,
Yes.
and also maybe some wool fabrics woven. I need to make some more clothing for me and my brother now, and perhaps
Yes, I can provide
others.
all of these things.
Enough for about 4 outfits worth, probably.
4. Are you looking for all of them to be finely made?
I would like.
Or are you looking for more economical and rugged materials? The finer they are, sometimes. The silks, for instance, last quite a bit. But it depends on what you're using them for. This fancy dress, don't let it fool you. I, too, can understand the working class fashion. And I see a bright spot underneath the dinge. And you're it.
My poverty is not a fashion statement. I am very poor, just to be clear. This is not a statement I am making. I am destitute.
You may not have meant to make the statement, but my love, you have. You have something.
Can I make an insight check if she's hitting on Ink or if she's just weird?
Sure.
Okay. That's actually pretty good. 21.
It's not full on hitting on. It's she, although she is a bit patronizing, it seems she doesn't intend to be.
Okay.
Well,
I would,
form or fashion.
I guess a reasonable mix of both.
All right. Can be done. I think fine clothes are 10 gold. Double check.
But that's for something that's
That's for something tailor-made.
and
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, so you would
I just
cut
want
costs.
the raw materials to make stuff.
It would reduce the cost quite a bit. There we go. I'll say, yeah. Common clothes are pretty cheap. Traveler's clothes that are a little rugged, that could offer you a decent look,
Basically,
while also offering resilience and holding up.
I'm looking for you know how like a very nice suit or something, or like you could have like a wool or a tweed or something that is nice but holds up well over time.
Yeah. I'll say 3. Let's say 5 gold per 2 things, roughly. So 2 gold, 5 silver, roughly per outfit, for the way that you want to construct this.
So
With the raw materials and then the time that you have to spend on it.
2 gold, 5 silver.
Are you buying
per
4?
outfit. Yeah, about like 4 outfits worth of
Okay, so 10.
fabric to work with. So 10. Okay.
10 gold.
Okay.
And you just put a platinum?
Mhm.
Okay. She gathers all the things for you. With
gonna
flourishes and cuts.
Pick out specifically, spending a lot of time
and she
looking
hands them
at
to you.
ribbons. By the way, all the fabric black and gray and white.
Sure.
There's no color in it.
Sure.
Some white lace, black and white satin ribbon, things like that.
Okay. Yeah. So you get all the necessities. Okay. She happily picks these things out with you. It takes a little bit of time. Probably 45 minutes or so, the entire experience. And at the end...
Would you know if... Well, I guess I could measure it on myself, but it's a little difficult.
Don't hide. What do you need? I'm happy to help.
Well, back at home, I had a sewing mannequin
Yes,
to pin the fabrics on.
of course.
Would you know where I could find such a thing?
I have such things.
How much would that be?
Never sold one before. Interesting. What? Do you want to buy it?
Well, yes, I'd have to bring it back with me to our new home.
I suppose I could. You need a full body.
No, just the torso.
I suppose I could part with one for, I don't know, 2 gold.
Let me take this out of my own bag.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get one of those little stand mannequins, because
All right.
I just realized I can't measure this shit on myself.
Come to the back. and she takes you to the back, and there are several mannequins. You can see that she's in the process of like designing her own clothing and working on stuff. And you can see lots of color, definitely not your style, but well done. And you can see her sewing equipment, and you can see the quality that goes into it. You can tell that, like, although she is sort of a weirdo, there's skill back there.
This is impressive work.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Say it again.
It's impressive work.
Yes, it is. Thank you. All right. How would you? Do you just want to carry the mannequin out like this, and you also have several reams? I suppose we could wrap them up a bit, and you could carry them around.
The easiest way would make it to carry. Yes. We have to go back to the chips, or the chip.
Ah, okay, yes. All right, well, help me break it down, and starts pulling the arms off of the thing, and the torso comes out, and the head comes off, and the little stand comes off, and it sort of breaks down into like a bundle that's like, decent, and then it's sort of tied together, held into place, and how would you like to carry this? And you have the fabric, and you have a mannequin, which is interesting.
Should just be like a stand, and then like the torso that's covered in fabric, so you
It's
can
still
pin
a
things.
torso of
Yeah, I
a
know.
human-sized
I'm
torso.
just saying,
yeah.
like, you could put that under one arm and carry, but
Imagine, okay, yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
but now
I'm
we
saying
have
you're
all this
carrying, You're
fabric.
carrying a mannequin torso and
Yeah.
4 outfits worth of fabric.
yeah.
Would you like me to carry one of the things?
I
Are you
was
just
just
carrying
going
it
to
like
ask
this?
if you could, yeah,
Okay,
like carry some of.
Yes, of course.
okay,
I'll grab whatever.
sure. You carry it out, and she seems a little... Okay. Well, have a wonderful day. I hope your walk is good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, goodbye. Oh, again. Lovely.
Thank you.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Goodbye!
Have a nice day.
You as well.
Yeah, and like walk out with all this stuff. I guess we should just head straight back to the gate.
Sure. She was weirdly complimentary. I'm wearing dumpster pants.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what she saw in your very dirty pants, but
I don't disagree. And normally I'm very defensive, but now I'm defensive about how nice she was, and I do not like it. I feel like I was pandered to.
are you always just like reactive to others?
What is the other option?
You just seem to be a bit contrarian.
No, I'm not.
Fucker.
God damn it.
Yeah, should have expected that one. So, I thought you were going to say more sort of stuff. Okay, so you get back to the library area, and the two of you spend some time sitting on the benches outside, not taking all of your mannequins and shit inside. And eventually, the two of you are done with your books, unless you want to do something else.
I'm good.
Okay. So the whole thing takes about 90 minutes, I'd say. And you head back towards the gates, or you want to do more on the ringside?
I'm good.
Was there anything else we needed?
As you see both of them with bundles of fabric and a mannequin.
Do you need help carrying those things?
It would be helpful, yes.
So you
I'd-
lighten the load, taking some
Take
of the...
whatever I can, yeah.
Decided since we don't have a wardrobe anymore, that we should probably have some more clothing.
That's not a bad idea. Would definitely help. Would you like to give me your opium?
I left it in the warehouse, but
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure.
But it's good not to carry it around with you.
I'm not going to do it out here, no.
No, but you know.
Is it
sometimes-
just out in the open, or do you have it like hidden? You should have it hidden in
No,
some
it's-
place.
It's hidden in our chest.
Sometimes you
Okay.
forget you got your drugs on you and you walk into a gas station. We've all done that.
Yeah.
I've
certainly
smelled-
have.
You know, as someone who has worked retail, it's so funny to me that I have smelled many of people walk into a makeup store smelling like hell. Like, I mean, you could tell that there's weed in their pockets
Oh yeah, we got to that.
in
bus
a
all the time.
state where it's illegal.
Well, you know.
I mean, I literally did it Tuesday. So
Yeah, but
here.
it's legal here.
yeah, but like it's
If I
not
walked
legal to
in
have
somewhere
a
smelling
fucking
like
grinder
weed
in your pocket.
here, I would be like, whatever. But in Louisiana, it's like, are you trying to get arrested?
Louisiana. And
Fair.
where is that, Nubron?
Fuck off.
I think it's north.
It's not my people.
Oh, she stomped her little feet.
No, I didn't stop my feet! I'm fidgeting!
Anyway, so we're all heading back to town. Back to the chips?
Yeah.
Okay. So you easily get back through the portcullis. The silvers on that side don't even give a shit. They recognize you. They're still on shift, and they barely look at you and open that and shut it. And you walk back across the bridge with your stuff.
Mhm.
The dice are racist. Natural 20. That's the second time on this bridge you've
This
got
is
a natural
bullshit.
20.
This
It-
is not okay.
This is
not a
truly
search.
random profiling in the truest sense, and still they're prejudicial against you.
The universe is racist.
As you walk through with the mannequin, you're stopped. Whoa. What the...
It is mannequin for sewing, for making dresses.
She's carrying it for me.
Hold on. Do you think because I wear jacket now I cannot wear pretty dress?
That is not at all what the cop was thinking, and is now bamboozled. And now there's like a, wait, what did I say? Okay. Go ahead. Have a good day. Don't cause any
Thank you.
problems.
I would look good in dress, I have you know. I have excellent hips.
As you walk across the bridge.
Canon, she has great hips now.
All
Also
cats
canon.
have great hips.
Dice are racist. Canon now. Sorry.
Ellie has a fantastic set of hips.
What do you mean? She has the tiniest
Well,
hips.
That's why it's funny.
She has a big stomach and
She has
tiny
a
hips.
micro butt and a huge belly. It's funny.
Yeah. Meanwhile, then we have Miko with his big fluffy prince pants.
Okay, we can't talk about the cats. So you head back. It's about midday. You got some time to kill if you'd like to do anything else during the day before the Vadaval.
I would just probably read.
Same.
I'm gonna
Once I
set
got a
up my
book,
mannequin.
It's over.
Okay, you set up your mannequin.
I'd kind of find a place to put all these bolts of fabric and stuff so that I have like a little workspace.
Okay.
While she's doing that, Ink's just gonna like take off her pants and be like, if you wanted to fix these.
Yeah, she's gonna. Well, first of all, we're
Burn
gonna
them.
press to digitate that.
It takes a while, but
Yeah.
you get there.
And then once they're clean, yeah, I'm gonna try to fix the patches so they're not shitty.
Okay. I don't know. Roll a. You are proficient in this tool, right? So we're just gonna. Okay, you can
My ring is stuck.
roll a dexterity check with a proficiency, basically. Since it's just your hands.
Ooh,
Which you have pretty good dexterity.
yes. 21.
Okay. And where do you do this?
I guess upstairs we're just
Upstairs, there's a window nearby, so you can get
I'll
some
have
natural
pulled
light.
a chair over and then I'll have my
Sure.
stuff.
Okay. With a skill and focus that maybe you didn't expect, Isabella, rather efficiently, over the course of the next couple hours, takes the patches that you have, repatches them, and does a really good job with them. Your clothes are cleaned. In general, and I'm assuming you're going after Poncho as well with the prestidigitation, or no? Or just ink right now?
Well, he didn't approach me, and I'm not
Okay.
gonna bother him. So
Okay. Okay. And so, over the course of a couple hours into the afternoon, you fix Ink's pants.
Puts them back on. Oh my god, my legs are so warm.
You hemmed it a little bit so you're not stepping.
yeah, there was like some holes in the patchwork, so I reinforced it.
Thank you very much. They actually feel much better. Not so crinkly.
That's what happens when you wash the fabrics.
I guess that's fair. I should probably try to do that more often.
Isaac has descended into his one-man dungeon and is poring over the books and taking notes and doing that. And you're doing during that time?
I guess I'll just head over to the Nagging Clam and let's rent out a room to bathe.
Sure. Well, they have just bathing.
Or just bathing?
Yeah, for a silver you can bathe.
Okay, let's do that.
We shamed them enough to make them less
Yep.
stinky.
Yep,
Okay.
it's the plan.
You guys hear my tummy just a second ago? What?
Nah.
Doesn't like that we ate that.
Oh,
I heard
I
that.
heard that one, yeah.
It's
No,
it's something going on there.
I smelled this morning
That
the
was-
aftermath
that was
of
a two.
Mexican breakfast.
That was
It
two.
was very bad.
Chorizo. It was nice. It's
Poop,
nice.
I don't know. Like,
Anyway, so you head over to the Nagging Clam, where Sea Dog says, welcome. Looking for a
Hello.
bathing, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
gotcha.
you can head on up, and we got hot water, and you've used it before. It's fine.
Wonderful.
Are you all been in and out quite a bit? Are you? I don't mean to pry, okay? Are you living in the warehouse? Are you good? Are you squatting? There's no skin
No,
off my back. Don't get me
no.
wrong. I mean, if you need to squat, you squat. I don't know who owns it, but if you need a space, again, we have rooms.
We've come into possession of a place that we're furnishing, but
A place the warehouse points
a
out the
place that
window.
we're furnishing. Yeah.
All right.
And yeah, we don't have hot water for bathing or anything yet.
I
so-
respect that you're keeping your dignity about it, and making it sort of a task at hand to accomplish over time to turn that warehouse from a warehouse and into whatever some sort of
Make it
furnished
a home.
warehouse home. Look, again, if you need. I just don't want you to think that you can't come to me because we don't know each other very well.
No. You've been wonderful. It's,
All right.
Food and hot water is all we need.
If you're good, you're good.
We're good. I promise.
All right. Well, you know the rules. Neutral.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm just here for a bath.
Well, I mean, in general, if you're going to be doing business
Oh,
in your
yeah,
warehouse
yeah,
squatting
yeah.
situation, I don't want, that shit to roll over into my area. Shit rolls downhill, and I don't know. I don't know where the metaphor is going, but
We'll
I don't
sort
want
all
your
of our
shit on me.
Further downhill.
shit that way.
Yeah. Further downhill.
Shit uphill with tremendous
But there's no
force.
rules. I'll talk to Ink about that one. She might be able to.
All right. I do appreciate your patronage, however. So
You've been good to us.
I try. Yes. Also, well, business is not exactly booming, so appreciate you again for even more. All right.
We'll be coming back.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Go take your bath.
All right. Thank you.
You need it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Takes the money. You go up and you bathe. Some time goes by. And it's beginning to turn into evening. You can start to prepare for whatever this is going to be. What do you guys want to do in preparation for this job? You've cleaned yourselves. You've got some new pants.
Well,
I'll prestidigitate Soren's clothes if he allows.
Sure.
Sure.
Poncho is less crinkled.
I think we've been
What's
over
this?
this already, but you've never been to this festival, right? Okay. I think we mentioned it last session.
You rolled 2 nat 1s.
Yeah.
With advantage on this. So,
Yep.
yeah, you did not recall what it is. You know that it is a festival of some kind, some sort of event, seems festival, that happens regularly in Hobton. Yeah.
Miss Ink, I do have a question about this job. Why is it illegal if we are just providing security for people?
I guess it depends on who we are providing security for or muscle. Depends.
Often this is more discreet than necessarily illegal, but the two are not necessarily untwined.
It may just be something off the books. Something that they do not want to publicize too much. It is not necessarily something that is against the law, but not something they would like the law to know about either.
Okay. So, number one, don't make a scene.
That is generally a good idea, yes.
Just keep to ourselves and try and find out whoever we have to find, I guess.
Yes.
I don't remember his name.
Feruz.
Peruse, okay.
Yes.
Well, this should be fun.
Do you know how to find someone in a city?
It's not the city. You know the neighborhood and an event.
Probably will be able to find. If we need, we can ask around perhaps, or look around.
If we
It's
keep
also
our ears
possible.
open.
It's also possible the person knows that we took the job.
I'd already know what we look like.
Yes, perhaps.
That's true.
That would be good because we're looking for a needle and a stack of needles.
Yes, pretty much.
A needle and a
That
stack
would
of
hurt.
needles.
I won't advise it.
I could probably reach into a stack of needles.
You probably could.
I don't want to hear scratching of needles on porcelain. Just a bunch of it.
It's kind of funny though. She doesn't have to wear like thimbles when she's.
So many
it's-
forks on plates actions. Yeah. No thimbles. That's nice. Yeah. Except you hear that. Every time you poke your finger. Ugh. So, we're heading out. My tummy, dude.
Guess we're
I don't
heading
know if it's
out.
picking up on the mic, but it is loud.
Yeah, it's pretty loud.
It's like,
Are you hungry?
I think there's something brewing in there. We'll see what's
Is that
happening.
poop or hunger?
I don't feel poopy yet, but we'll see what happens. It's certainly loud though. It's interesting.
I guess we should be timely and get there.
Sounds good. Let's hope this festival will not make it too much more difficult to find someone, but probably will.
Let's hope the city doesn't blow up. Ha 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 ha.
Why would a city blow up?
Roll a history check. Are you, for those of you who are proficient in history?
Wait, actually, yeah.
Are you all proficient in history? All of you?
Yes.
Oh, I'm actually not.
11.
Oh,
Sorry.
It's a, thought it was. It's a 19.
Wait,
I mean, you can roll. It's a
14.
it's a higher DC.
19.
19, 14,
11.
11.
Oh, 20.
Okay, you've heard tell of such a thing. It was kind of international news, but it was 35 years ago.
Basically,
Yeah.
he just made a 9/11 joke.
35 years later.
Okay.
It's awful. It's fair game. 35
totally
years.
fair
only
game.
like 15 years.
Yeah, so,
Yeah, we're not even in our
You-
that far away from.
You're the only one that doesn't really pick up on it. You get a little bit of it, but the two of you sort of giggle at each other as there's a famous case of a city on a faraway continent called Kador. The place where the battle for the whole world was waged. Now, there were heroes on this side that also fought. There was a worldwide conflict, but the big fight was on the other side. And specifically, you remember that it was the city of Gygax that
During the bountiful day.
suffered a tremendous tragedy on what is essentially a multicultural Christmas.
Solid joke, bro. Nice.
Yeah, so
I remember we had like Christmas
for those of you
presents
who have
for
not
each other,
seen,
Yep.
and then it fucking blew up.
Yeah.
We had like snacks and Christmas presents,
Yep.
and then Jake blew everything up on us.
Jake Blue.
We were having fun. I won the pie eating contest. It was
I won
great.
my earring, the teardrop earring that Elenia wears through the entire rest of the campaign was from that fucking
We
festival.
wrestled pigs,
Yeah.
Did do some pig wrestling.
Agnear's probably
and then you
vibing in a
killed
swamp.
like a million people.
I didn't do any of that.
You are the DM. How do you think this works?
I am simply subject to deliberating the rules and
Then
whatever,
you
whatever
spoke
else
rude.
happens.
You decided the events.
whatever
You
else
decide.
happens. No, ridiculous. So,
He actually goes unconscious and then wakes up.
He's a conduit through which the
Yeah, he
he's
channels
like
it.
Chris
He's like Matthew
Chan. He
Lillard.
just conduits.
I'm like the boy in Neverending Story telling you the stories from Neverending Story after the fact, okay?
Okay.
Except I don't have a luck dragon.
It wasn't
Well, that's
really
the best
never
part.
ending
I
though.
do
No,
have a
but
dog.
Elenia did, kind of.
Never-ending story.
Yes. So,
I did have a flying dragon horse. So.
Dragon horse. So, you know the way to Hobson. You're taking all your normal things? Anything you want to be, anything specific for this that we should mention, or are we all just normal?
Normal.
Normal. Okay.
Healy kit in the bag, just in case.
So you,
I leave my Mr. Buttons plushie at the warehouse that I normally
You-
bring with me.
okay. You bring in Mr. Buttons,
Yeah, Mr. Buttons himself.
soaks up into the form. You can feel him separately as an entity within you that carves out his own space.
Right now he's loafing in your ribs.
Just purring.
Loafing in your ribs. You don't hear a heartbeat, but you do hear eldritch cat purrs. So you head north towards Hobton. The entire space has been decorated. You were in Hobton recently. Yeah, yesterday or the day before. Can't remember. Last session. To pick up some different things. And this now has transformed into a place of, like, it's leading towards a party. Like when you see community events and like there's streamers and ribbons and like celebratory decorations around the town. The lampposts have these. I'm trying to think of the material, I guess. Sort of tinsely, I guess. And they're like silver hoops of these sort of tinsel-like things that glitter as the light from the oil lamps rise up and hit it, and the wind sort of blows a little bit. It's very pretty. A very orange sort of hue over here. A lot of the buildings here are... you can just tell they were rebuilt after the moon crash, and this is sort of a space of, what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of a refugee situation that turned into a community, I suppose. And you feel a tension as you walk in. Not amongst the like denizens of this space, almost all of which are hobgoblin in descent. But there's a little bit of a like, especially as you cross over, you didn't notice it at first because you weren't like aware that this was going to happen. You were very focused on sort of heading into town or into this neighborhood and finding this person, Farouz, that you were looking for. But all of you, regardless of your passive perception, start to realize like there's pockets of like silvers around, sort of the edges of this. Not walking into the event space necessarily, but just sort of around it in a kind of confrontational way. You can hear the sort of grumblings and mumblings of the adjacent neighborhood, sort of the line, that an artificial line that sort of happens in neighborhoods, where this street is this neighborhood and that street over there begins that neighborhood. You can feel on those lines a bit of tension. There seems to be an aspect of friction toward the it's not like full on racism. It's more like
The pores are getting a little too rowdy.
it's not even about pores. It's just this cultural animosity that not even just the Silvers are experiencing, but you can sort of feel that and hear the mumblings of that within the sort of other chip residents: human, elf, dwarven, some tabaxi. Not like all out nasty and stuff, but there's just like they're doing this again. Oh, look, here we go. As you cross over, it's very near I forgot the name of it. The Speaker's Square. What's it called? Herald's Round. As you walk through Herald's Round, on the north side of that is where Hobton starts to begin. And there is a public speaking space in which you see a tall, pretty good-looking, probably in his 30s, person of Hob descent. Again, very common, almost jet black hair pulled back into a tight bun. Very super common for people with this culture. Long robes and sort of like, you see these white tattoos that you initially assume is the way people decorate themselves where you come from, with moon chips, but it's not moon chips, and it's not quite the same, but like it follows angles of the cheeks. It comes down. There's some on the eyes above, and there's like dots above. It's reminiscent. It evokes it. It's not the same, but it's evocative of it. And he begins to he continues to say whatever it was that he was saying, and you start to catch the conversation as you walk through. And there's a bit of crowd of other Hobbs in the area, sort of listening, and it almost seems like the tone seems like a plea towards people to relieve their tension, I guess, of the situation. And you can't help but listen to some of it as you walk by. You can stop if you'd like as well, but you catch in the middle of the conversation sort of the din of talk, and then, and the day of orphans, so no familial wealth, no elders to learn from or parents to guide us, children caring for others, younger children. Out in the cold, many more died before the calamity that befell the world. And then the moon crash, forced from our homes and culture. No place to go but into these walls, where there were no jobs or opportunities. But we made them for ourselves. We gathered. And now, we want those of us who have made their city, this city, their home, to simply leave it and go back into the wilds. And you hear a couple other people that are supporters, like hoot and holler in confirmation and solidarity. And then there's a small contingent of like sort of a xenophobic group that has gathered sort of behind that police line a little bit, that is shouting, "Go back! Go back!" You hear some things addressing specifically those people, this figure who has a calm about him. "Please, brothers and sisters, some of our kin prefer such a life on the outside of the walls within the Vadagal Droll. But for myself and many others, we are Ebonites and we stand with our brothers and sisters of different creeds and races and backgrounds. And we know that you have felt similar wounds that we have felt as well. We are the same. Please, I offer you, come tonight to Vadaval and experience our culture. Experience it. And find us to be brothers. Break bread with me and the others." And you guys sort of continue to walk by, and that conversation sort of continues a little bit as it sort of drowns out, and you head into the festival proper area. Unless you'd like to stay.
No, we'll keep going.
Continue to head in, and you can see the major festival area is this space that sort of it seems like there's another sort of shopping area, and a bit of a, to call it a park is strong. There's some like a grassy hill in the middle of this neighborhood. It's a decent sized grassy hill, and all around it there's been posts set up, and they set banners all up, and there's different tents, sort of like different temporary pavilions. It seems like a full-on festival. You can hear light music coming from inside. You can see people mingling and talk to one another. It's not rowdy yet, but there are many stands that are selling things like crafts, jewelry. You notice hair products. There's 2 or 3 stands that sell hair products specifically, and brushes. You smell soups and fried breads and some sort of tart berry dessert in the air. You hear gunshots and people cheering as you look over and see sort of bottles set up, and these almost like a fair game but with real guns.
Oh,
You see people playing different games of chance or skill, cards, a very big community event, and you see a stage that no one is on right now that offers some sort of central to the location, offers some sort of entertainment purposes at some point. Extra lights are pointed down at it. You're some of the only people in here that aren't of Hob descent, but there are people from the community that aren't. As with any cultural event, if you've ever been to one. I can't believe you've never been to Greek Fest. There are community members, and they're very excited to share their culture with you. It's their cultural celebration event. And you do see Ink. You see this first. Even with the lowest perception. Glorious.
Uh-oh.
Large. Long. A tent in which everyone is drinking. It's the beer tent. Well, or drinking tent in this scenario. And there are long tables, one of which is head by a very large hob individual. Large sort of sideways. Very, very rotund, but thick. Like there was an athletic body under what has become an older man's pudge. And he's talking very boisterously with a few other folks as you sort of... And that's in the drinking tent. But other than that, you see all these things. What would you like to do?
I would like to try the shooting game.
Yeah?
Aren't we here to find someone to...
We can do that in a minute. I just want to try that. I don't often get an opportunity to shoot a gun in the city unless dire situations come up. I think it'll be fun. And then we will find this Farus, and then we will do our job.
All right.
Okay. So you guys walk over to the shooting event?
Sure.
Okay. It's a space that is long and thin, and it's sort of fenced off. They do have near the back. They have the hill naturally sort of has a rise in it, and so you should just sort of shoot into this weird lump within the otherwise. I guess it flattens, and then there's that lump, and it's sort of a shooting mount. If you've ever seen, I don't know, how many of you use shotguns? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where they use like a natural barrier to keep the bullets.
Yeah, there's
from going.
a range over here that has.
Yeah. So I grew up with that kind of shit. So
like
it
sand
sounded
hills
normal. I
behind
know
it.
how to describe it to people that haven't.
Yeah,
ever
just like
experienced
big
it.
sand hills behind the target.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
Except this is just like a regular
Right.
grassy hill. But yeah, and there are, it's like a board, and it has bottles on it, and there's the person in charge of it is a hob woman, and she has this repeater rifle. It looks like, and she's doing displays of her shooting prowess and like, and like spinning it around and doing this. It's kind of an Annie Oakley thing. You can tell that there's some frontier sort of still holding on to a little bit of the old school displays of this. And she says, "Please come, try your luck. If you can shoot better than me, well, you get the pot. If not, I keep it. Please. We only have... what's the pot at now?" And she looks up, and there's a little chalkboard, and she points to her assistant, who is a bugbear man, who has a very beautiful braided beard. The braid sort of starts here, and comes around and comes down to like a rope, and the rope of his beard comes down to like his navel. Wears simple leather clothing, kind of good looking, and reaches up and takes a little piece of chalk and writes the number 23. 23 gold. Okay, so it looks like 23 gold. Takes 1 gold to try it, and then you are timed.
Could I get a gold?
Why are you asking me?
You have the gold. We made like 200 gold from the thing, and I never got any.
It's true.
Okay. Oh, okay. We have a contestant. As you walk up, and what is your name? And sort of a display to the rest of the people. And there's like, including yourselves, there's another like maybe dozen people watching. It's not like a terribly, like you're not on the big stage or anything.
I am ink on skin.
Ink on skin. Oh, and I see. Accent. Are you from the Great Bridge?
Yes, I was raised by the hang house.
Welcome, a fellow chip-sider. And there's a smattering of applause if you'd like to join in and sort of
Yeah,
a little bit.
golf clap.
You golf clap a little bit. There's a little bit of something. All right. Ink on skin. Well, it is only fair that I show you that I can do it first, so that you know this is not such a scam. And if you please, I will do so with your firearm. Is it loaded?
Yes.
Just takes it, holds it, looks at the bullets, offers you 6 bullets first, sets them out, spins it. This is a good firearm.
Thank you. It was my sister's.
Sort of an acknowledgement of like respect for a fellow connoisseur. I shall begin.
I feel like we need some exciting music for this.
And there's I don't have Western shooting music on a playlist on here.
Festival music.
This is technically tavern music. I don't know if festival is a thing I have right now.
Sad tavern.
Sad tone. It's just a calm tone. A calm tone. But we could do this.
Some rainy shit.
We could do this. Maybe this. I don't know what this is gonna be. That's too much.
That's a lot.
That's too much. Okay.
There we go.
Okay, there you go. So, with that, she turns and fires, fanning the hammer. To which I have the rules right here. She was the same rules as you. This is
6 shots in 1 round, and it's -1
Yeah,
to your
yeah.
roll every
Um,
consecutive one. It loses another one.
Okay. So, with the first, shoots and smashes the first one. The second one as well. The third one as well.
Oh shit!
The fourth one. The fifth. And lastly, the sixth. And sets it down. And the crowd goes, woo! Woo! And she goes, Chevai! Impresses again. Please, try your hand at defeating the greatest marksman in Vadaval Draw.
This is hard to follow up, but I will do my best.
Okay.
I'll do the same, I guess.
Okay. So, the AC of each of these is 10.
Okay.
So, you must roll as you fan the hammer. Roll an attack on the first one, and then just what's your
God
do
damn it!
that
natural
one.
one?
No, but it's not enough. It's an 8. I rolled low.
An 8 total.
Yeah.
As you miss the first one, keep going. Trying to shoot that one again.
God damn
You
it!
trying to shoot that one again?
7.
Or is it a different one?
Same one.
Pew pew. Go ahead. You're fanning. Do 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 do.
17.
17. But that's reduced.
Oh
by-
yeah,
by-
I got to reduce by 2 because it's the third
3.
shot. It's the third shot.
Yeah, -1, -2, -3.
Oh, I guess I
As
thought
you-
the first one was normal
Nope,
and then you reduce by 1. Okay.
Because it's just not
Okay.
as yeah.
So still that should do it.
Yeah, 16, 14. Okay. Yeah, hits. As you finally get that one.
16 minus 12. And one more.
2 more.
Oh.
Yeah.
14 plus 5 minus
5.
5.
14.
Okay.
Last one. No, -6. -1 on this. Just -1. Whatever that is.
18 plus 5, so that should do it minus the...
Yeah. So you get the last 4. Miss the first 2 shots, get 4 in a row. And the crowd goes, woo! Woo! That was not good enough. You do not get the pot. But
Yeah.
I must say, best performance today from a contender. It's not easy to do. Ladies and gentlemen, ink on skin. Thank you so much for playing. Please come again. And you have a smattering of applause. And she walks up to you and goes, seriously, that was actually pretty good.
Yeah, thank you. The first couple were embarrassing, but I pulled it together.
It happens. How often do you shoot at bottles? I do this every day.
Honestly, if I shoot at bottles, it's usually an accident when I'm just flailing around with it, but
Oh,
I don't
yes, I
know.
can see that your safety is not...
What does this word mean, safety?
So sometimes there's a switch.
a fellow user.
Is your
Well, sir, would you like to try your hand at such an event?
I'm going through a slump with my marksmanship.
A slump?
Yeah.
And no better way to avoid the slump than paying me 1 gold to try to get out of it.
Shooters gotta shoot.
Shoot. Shoot, shoot. That's true.
I have a gold in here. there somewhere.
I see. You have succumbed to my charms, and I like that. All right, and what is your name, sir?
Soren.
Soren, everyone! Please, a fellow challenger trying to redeem the performance of Ink on Skin, trying to
That'd be funny if he does better than
find
you.
some glory. All right,
I don't think I can.
are you ready? I can do it again with your firearm if you'd like.
No, that I believe you.
I hope so. Nonetheless, I will provide you with 6 bullets.
Okay. And I can't fan the hammer, so I'm just shooting normal.
You can try to fan the hammer.
I'll try
You've
to
never
fan
done
the
it.
Hammer.
Disadvantage.
Okay.
Why?
Because he doesn't have the fucking
No,
rootin'
but why is he
tootins.
trying?
Oh.
I'm not gonna succeed anyway.
So you make it worse?
I love all the confidence.
What's that? So that's -1 on your totals.
5, 7.
7.
6.
2 misses at the beginning.
4.
Miss again. It's really
Not 1.
that one.
Uh-oh.
The gun.
Yeah.
Clunk. You can choose. What's the quality of it?
Just standard.
You can choose to ignore that and have it fall to faulty, or you can just stop.
I'll just stop.
Okay, as the ting, oh, and the crowd goes, oh, I'm so sorry to see that this happened.
It's been through a lot.
Yes.
That make me
Well,
wanna shoot.
nonetheless,
I have -2.
thank you for trying. It is,
Pitiful.
it
I
takes
actually have
bravery.
I might have the best decks other than him, so...
It takes bravery. Well,
-2.
thank you all. And, again, my name is Shavai. These names, Sword, Ink on Skin. Again, a round of applause for the challengers. And
Golf clap.
people start to, there's a few more people that were there. They start to clap.
While we're here, you don't
Okay.
happen. This is offhand question, but
5.
since we are discussing this, and you
It's
might
10.
know people around here.
Yes. And there's no other challengers. She steps aside for a second as the pot goes up to 25.
Do you know someone named Farouz? We're supposed to meet.
Farouz!
Yes, we're
Yes,
supposed
Uncle
to meet-
Farouz. Well, not my uncle, but Uncle Farouz.
Sure.
Call him Uncle Farouz.
Do you know where we might find the?
Yeah, big guy in the drinking tent.
Oh, excellent.
Good,
Yeah,
good call.
big guy in the drinking tent. Very nice.
Right.
Well, why do you have business with?
Yes, we've been hired for some work, apparently.
Oh, that's weird. Okay, well, maybe you'd be trading and looking because that's what he does. But okay, well,
Well, have a good festival.
yes, I'll be around. Please, thank you so much for coming to Vadaval. We'd love to share this with everybody. Have some food. Get fucked up. Enjoy yourselves. Just don't be too rowdy and shit. So, yeah, have a good time. Thank you for coming. And come back if you'd like.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. You gonna say something?
I was gonna say to the drinking tent.
Okay.
I am.
As you turn and walk towards the drinking tent.
Task-oriented.
Yep.
There are lights in here. It gives it a very like wedding reception vibe, as there's sort of like kind of like this, where there's sort of like strips of these hanging candles, or like tea lights. But there's many of them, and they maintain this space, and it's nice, and it begins to be cozy in here. And in the drinking tent, the first person that you see, I mean, obviously you can see into the drinking tent, see the people in there. There's dozens of people, including the big, large, boisterous, long-haired Farouz, you assume, sort of near the back. But the first person you see is a similarly large person of Hob descent. The hair is shaved on the sides, and a top knot is in place. Large and bulky with like really thick hands, and a tiny ladle and a bowl of what looks like it's almost like an aquarium filled with this we'll call it pinkish fluid. It's definitely like, it looks like water and a little bit of pink in there, and you all see at the bottom of this writhing dozens of blue eels. Welcome, welcome to Drinking Tent. You want punch?
We're actually here. Is this Farouz talking?
No.
No.
We're actually here to talk to Farouz.
For us? Well, you must drink in the drinking tent.
Well, we are sort of on the job right now. We were requested by Farouz.
You must drink in the drinking tent.
All right, I will have drink.
It's free. Come, come. Punch. You want punch?
Sure,
You must request the punch.
I will have punch.
You have to say it. It's how you say the punch.
I would love a punch.
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 You want the punch, and there's
He
a.
just gets sucker punched in the face.
There's no punch. There is a sort of a tankard, and the ladle, and 2 ladles of the punch. There you go. Punch, punch, punch. Say it.
I can't drink punch.
Nonetheless, you must have a drink in drinking tent.
She can't. I'm sorry. I'll drink hers.
You don't have to drink it. You must have it.
Oh, okay. Just hold on to it.
It is very important.
Just hold on to it. It'll be alright.
I just hold the.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Enjoy the drinking tent. And when you run out,
Ask for more.
you come back, or
punch.
someone will walk around with more punch.
All right.
And ask for it correctly.
More punch.
Close?
Punch.
I'm
You
doing
got it.
I'm doing the best I can. It's
You've
a
got to
little-
put more chest into it.
it's a
You
little
asked for
hard.
punch.
to punch. I can't really
No,
pronounce
you're
it.
not feeling it
I can't
in
pronounce-
here. Maybe when you drink more punch, you will understand. You feel it.
Maybe.
You try.
Punch.
Terrible.
Terrible.
Punch.
Yes!
Punch.
Punch!
Punch.
Punch! No, here!
I
Get some volume.
Not from up here! Down here!
Punch. I'm doing my
This goes on
best.
for a minute, and you're eventually. Please stop harassing them! He's just from a random old guy. And you walk through with your tankards. And you
says
head
piano.
towards Farouz.
Can I
Yes.
sniff this?
Yeah, it smells hard liquor.
Okay.
This better not be a blue goo monster.
There's no goo in there.
You willingly drank the
It is
did.
a
I did.
pinkish liquid, and the pink is floating in the clear liquid.
So it seems more like it's maybe a liquor with a little bit of something in it, as opposed to
the
something
eels
with
were
a little
blue.
bit of liquor in it.
I'm not sure how it works.
Okay.
It's like a mix-in. There seems to be a mix-in of like maybe cherry juice is sort of separating a little bit from it, but you can't quite tell. Do you want to try it?
A little, but not enough to actually like take a drink. Just
So
to.
you dip a toe in, metaphorically. Hard liquor flavor.
Yeah.
Sort of like a grain alcohol. And then there is sort of a sweetness, but it's not fruit. It's like, I don't know if you've have you had, what seafood have you had? Have you had a lot of it? Have you had like
Mostly
scallops and stuff?
shellfish. Yes, I've had scallops.
Okay, so scallops. You know how it kind of has that buttery,
Yeah.
like, but it's like can be a little sweet in a way, in like a weird way. Is that what you know what I'm saying?
This
There's a little-
alcohol tastes like scallops.
This alcohol tastes a little bit like it's a little grody,
Okay.
but it's like
It's presumably something that the eels are producing that they're using for the liquor.
it seems maybe an eel secretion, and you drink it, and you can feel the tip of your tongue because you only took a small one.
Oh no.
It definitely you like that. There's just something you like about what's happening when you drink it. Not necessarily the taste, the feeling though. This feels like some fucked up drink.
Okay. I'm just gonna hold it for
Yeah.
now.
Any of you else trying it? Well,
Try it.
Do you want Mistress to try it?
I'm not trying it.
Not trying it?
I
You'll
won't.
try it? Okay, you take a little sip. Similar experience. You're getting a very... it's almost like MSG, where like, even if the thing you weren't eating, the aftertaste of it is like... kind of... You want to go back for more of that, you know?
Interesting.
Like, it's almost... You almost drink it for what happens after you drink it. Not necessarily... and not because you're getting drunk, necessarily, yet. But definitely, like, there's constant salivation, and there's this sort of like, yeah, I'll do that again. And you find yourselves, both of you, like sort of sniffing it, taking small little nursing sips a little bit. But as you walk up, there are a couple dozen people at this long table. Again, it's sort of like a reception, and you're under the canopy of these lights. And then near the end is who you suspect to be Farouz. Getting a closer look, the hair on a very thick, wide jaw with a deep underbite and two sort of teeth that come up and sort of push into his top lips, both of which are big and luscious. There's a big smile on his face, big, like an infectious smile. You almost find yourself like being welcomed forward. You've never talked to this guy. Eyebrows thick, like. What's that comedian? Levy? Eugene? Is it Eugene Levy?
Oh yeah, Eugene Levy.
Yeah, very, very thick.
Yeah.
But they wrap into his hairline and they start to disappear almost like they're one piece. And the hair itself
Like
is
caterpillar
pulled
boys.
up into a bun, but the flow is almost like a lion's mane of this flowing, like naturally curling hair. And he wears like very comfortable looking robes and a long like droopy sleeved, almost like, it's just so casual. But it's nice. It's high end, and it has like these nice sort of gold inlays and fabrics. And sitting on his shoulder, Sarah, this may interest you, is a small, red, fluffy animal clinging to him and like kind of pushing into and like chewing on his beard a little bit. I can only describe this to you as a red panda cub with tiny antlers that are still velveting. They're soft, fuzzy antlers. Do any of you have animal or nature proficiency?
Is it like a little
Yes.
Bertinger, but it's a little...
Do you have nature proficiency?
I don't think so.
If you have nature proficiency, you can roll.
I want to
It's a
pet
15.
15?
him forever. No.
This is a panda fawn. It's a panda fawn. They are native to the eastern lands on the continent. I knew she'd like it. And then next to that, next to both of them, sitting in the chair, sort of feet up, smoking a pipe, is a younger person of Hob descent. Think Norman Reedus, but a hobgoblin is what I got in my head. So
He's
I'm just gonna
already
say it.
kind of a hobgoblin.
Right,
so-
but like he's a little good looking, but in a greasy way.
Yeah.
And yeah, wears sort of a leather tank top, has leather bracers around, and has a sword at his hilt. Is very calm and stuff, but like calm physically, but you can see the eyes are moving around and they lock onto you all quickly.
He's doing ocular pat downs.
Yeah, and the feet fold in and he
Fair
sits
assessment.
forward and gets up as you approach. And doesn't like interpose, but like gets up and sort of walks a couple steps towards you, but you're still within the space of Farouz and the others. Goes, yes, can I help you?
We were told that you needed some people for a job.
Oh, you're here from Uncle Leo.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And then Farouz goes, what do you mean, Uncle Leo? I hired the few people to help keep us safe. Key, you did not have to do such a thing. You know we are safe here. Hello, welcome, friends. Please sit down. What? You are here for some sort of opportunity, employment? My son here has apparently hired you for an event.
Correct.
For security.
Protection, more than less.
Key, we have talked about this. He goes, yes, Father, I know, but you're not taking this seriously. Please, my son is a bit overprotective.
I don't blame him.
How much did you pay these people? I haven't yet. Well, so what is your job supposed to be? What is their job supposed to be?
Protection, muscle, it is vague. We do not know the details until we come to the employer.
Well, how much are you looking to make from this? As he sits you down and just sort of leans forward and takes a drink and just very casually is like, welcome, friends.
Well, we need to make our rent for the month.
Balu, please, chill.
I like your panda phone. It's very
Oh,
cute.
you know of Pandaphones.
I do.
Sort of tries to set him down in the... Balu. And sets him down. And Balu... walks over to you, past you, and just sort of waddles over and goes, "Oh, oh, oh," and then walks up and looks at you. And you make eye contact with the panda fawn.
Okay.
And latches onto your chest, and you feel like that little poke of like nails going through your clothing and into your skin. Oh, Balu, please. Oh gosh, Key, please. And Key goes, I'm sorry.
It's
And he
okay,
comes
really.
over
It's
and
not a big deal.
yeah, but he'll ruin your clothes. And Key, K-E-E, by the way, if you want to write that down, pulls off Balu and puts him down, and then sates him by handing him some sort of like fibrous plant to chew on. And he sits down. And he sort of like lays next to it and sort of chews on it and sort of like and starts chewing on it.
Anyways, it feels kind of rude. My name's Isaac, you know.
Oh yes, Firuz. Call me Firuz. Yes, Isaac. Welcome.
I'm Ink. Nice to meet you.
Soren.
Soren.
Isabella.
Isabel. Oh, beautiful names, all of you. Welcome to Vadaval. So, you're here to protect me against all of these threats, huh? And the table goes ha 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 as they all drink, and some of them are already fucked up. And the party hasn't started yet, but
Well, you know, sometimes the people you trust the most can be the biggest threat. So
It also seemed like
if any of you kill me, I'll kill you first, huh? And they all go, ha ha! No, you won't, fucker! And I could kill you any second I want. And they sort of banter back and forth a second. Well, you're here to make money. I would be upset at my son if we didn't square this right now. So, what can I do for you?
how much did we pay for this again?
we played 30 gold. We paid to get the job in the first place. It's kind of
Would you get this, Uncle Leo?
yes.
You know we don't get along very well. Why would you go? He's one in town.
Trust me, it will be all right.
It'll be fun. 30 gold. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. What do you want? Do you know who I am, by the way?
No.
Sorry.
Well, don't be apologetic. I'm not like famous, but many people who interact with me tend to know. I am Feroz. I am a moderately popular trader from Vadagal. And Key looks over. Father, you are a little bit more than that. It's fine. I'm not really that much more than that. I am a man who procures goods and services. But nonetheless, you know, trade networks are a complicated, risky business. My son here is paranoid over.
You said you can secure services.
Of course, yes. Depends on what you need. More of a supplies individual. I can
Fair enough.
find things. I have some things in stock right now. I did not expect to do business right now since I am paying you. But if you'd like some sort of barter situation instead of straight up cash, we could work something like that out.
We definitely need the rent money though.
We could do a combination. I'm so sorry. I did not know that I had employed anyone, so I had not prepared for such a thing.
It's a strange situation.
Yeah, it's fine. So, what do you need? If you don't need just money, and you seem very interested in such a thing, so.
Just something we could talk about, but I just want to run it by them.
All right, if you want to talk business a little bit later in the night, that's good. I would say enjoy yourself at the party. Just fuck about, honestly. You can, if you really want to stay next to my side, you can. But there's lots of fun to be had out here. And Key goes, Father. Okay, you can also try, if you see something that goes wrong, you can keep peace. Huh? But otherwise, if you want to spend time with me in the drinking tent, which is where I intend to spend most of the night, you are more than free to do so. But if you've never been to Vadaval, I mean, you must experience this thing. It is, you already have the punch?
I tried some. Can I ask what is in it? It is quite unique. I have never tasted anything like it. I assume it
the
has something
punch.
to do with the eel.
Well, yes, it is, again, how do I describe punch to these people? And then we'll go, it's punch! Yes, the eels have something to do with it. It is more of a flavor that they provide, and also the effect. Yes, there is alcohol, but the combination of the light amount of alcohol, so the eels can still survive, but they... the eels sort of get drunk, and then they secrete this other thing. And that secretion, well, we call many words, sort of like mind stars. Does this make sense? I don't know that we have it in
In the
common tongue. Mind stars, think you're going to have a good time. You do drink too much, you may not have such a good time. But it is not just alcohol in there. It's fun, and I intend to drink much of it. But I've this isn't experiences, so.
It sounds very good, but I was hired for a job, and I do not think it would be good to get too...
Again, I do not take this job very seriously, but you will be paid nonetheless. So it is up to you, your level of professionalism, because I didn't choose this. He did.
I like a key. Is there any particular reason why you're so concerned with your father's well-being?
Well, yes, he not only is he loud and very attention-seeking. Yes, I am. And he's proud of it. We carry expensive goods, and it would not be the first time that we've encountered violence in the city.
Do you have enemies in the city?
I mean, enemies is a strong... We do not have enemies, Key. We have people that we simply disagree with from time to time, and some people who simply don't know how to ask nicely for
So
things
more
that
like
they want.
rivals. In a sense.
Rivals. No, nothing so official. We don't have, I don't
Well,
have like bad relationships.
Opportunists to try to...
That is
take
what we're talking about.
advantage.
Key goes, yes. Nefarious opportunists.
Would it not be strange for them to try and do something in such a public setting? It seems like that
That's
would be...
what makes it more intriguing. A lot of stuff going on.
Well, it would not be the first. Vadaval is sometimes a contentious thing for the town.
Is there any history of violence during the
Not
festival?
tremendous violence in the recent past, maybe 20 years since a really big problem, but small problems, sure. Small problems from time to time.
I did notice we did kind of walk
Last year
past
was
that
very
often.
peaceful.
We did kind of walk past what seemed like a disagreement of sorts.
Ah, yes, you've met the sorry nationalists. That's very good. Huh? I want, well, we have lived here as long as many other people have lived here. Well, not we, I mean my people. I travel about a bit. But, you know, we call Eben Falls home for periods of time out of the year. And the rest of the people that live here in Upton put on a great festival, so we make sure to come. Nonetheless, seriously, enjoy yourselves.
I'll do my best.
Yeah.
He's not leaving my eyesight all night.
Sure.
Yeah,
Uh,
same.
Hey, and again, we can talk, if you are a businessman, we can talk business a little bit later. I'm fine with this. But
All right.
for now, I drink. Friends! Let's get fucking drunk! and then all of them start to drink their punch.
We should probably talk. So what I was thinking was...
You guys can find a table somewhere in here.
Yeah.
As it starts to fill in, you can see that this is like the early part of it, but as people start to file in, many patrons from the community that are not Hob, obviously many that are, you see a lot of people just knowing each other, and there's a lot of that community sort of like, hi Janet, hey Gary, like that kind of shit. So it's a very like chill, nice atmosphere. The music starts. You see something being set up over on the entertainment platform. It is several what looks to be dancers sort of getting ready for some performance soon.
Well, what I was thinking is he's a merchant, right? He has a lot of expensive goods.
Correct.
We're kind of looking for a sponsorship for the pit.
You think you could provide such?
Maybe. Don't know until we ask. But
I suppose.
it couldn't hurt. I know we've tried to go down there with a couple reasons. And
Sure.
if he's willing to sponsor us, then we can go unsanctioned and not unsanctioned, which is
Yeah.
a lot better. But we also need rent money.
Well, we could probably make money down there.
That's what I was hoping for. Or at least if he can't do it personally, he knows a way we can,
Right.
which would be very helpful. I just wanted to run that by you guys to see what you
Yeah.
guys thought about that.
Would Ink know roughly how much a job like this would normally pay, like protection-wise?
No,
like, is there-
again, you've never taken this. We talked about
Okay.
that last time.
Yeah, we did. You're right.
He seems open to discussion on the
Oh, sure.
topic, though. He doesn't seem to have a reference for it either. So
Sure. I'm going to be honest, I don't know what we should ask for. I guess
Right.
it depends on if anything happens tonight. We could probably ask for more if
Well,
anything does happen, but
What I was thinking is we don't know the monetary value, so if we ask, we could undercut ourselves. Or if we just come up with a price, but if we ask
Yeah.
for something that's not money, kind of not really undercutting ourselves.
well, we could ask him, see how he feels about that. I don't think that is a bad idea. There is money to be made in the pit, though. Very dangerous.
Right, but we have to go there anyways, and if we can get a way in, it's just easier.
Do we have to go there anyways?
I would
Yeah.
like to.
Someone would like to, and kind of curious as myself.
Interesting thing to be curious about.
Well, more curious in the fact of, one, and two, Reverend Gill.
Yes.
Don't think we'll be going
Presumably
that
he was
far,
at the
but-
very bottom, though.
Yeah,
Whenever
eventually, but
We
now's
have
the
to start somewhere.
we have to start exactly. Except we're starting from the top, not the bottom.
Now we hear.
Yeah, I had to.
you both did it.
Yep.
So, what do you want to do?
Just gonna sit in the drinking tent at this table, I guess, and wait.
Yeah, just watch,
Watch
like a hawk.
intently for him and kind of looking around to make sure.
I am looking at anything but him, and I'm getting distracted. And I don't know, like if there's anything that catches my eye,
What are you looking for? Just literally anything?
I'm just bored.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a D6.
D6.
Sure.
4.
Okay. You are specifically interested in the performance that's about to happen in the entertainment platform. Basically, it's like a stage that has been put together for this event. As people start to gather around, you can hear the din of people like talking and buying things, and you see people with different foods that they're eating. You see a couple situations where people are eating these like deep fried things that leave their lips purple. They seem like pastries on the outside, but there seems to be some sort of purple something on the inside. You see again people playing more games.
I get up and wordlessly walk over to the performance area.
About a half an hour goes by of you guys just sitting at the table and other people drinking around you, to the point where you get up and just walk in that direction as the performance is about to begin. Anybody else doing anything?
Is the entertainment thing inside the tent?
No, it's outside.
I just get up without
You can
saying
see
anything and
you can see it from inside the tent though.
Okay.
Like the tent is open. It doesn't have like walls on the. Well, it has walls on the side and the back, and then the front is just wide open, so you
Look
can't
at
walk
this.
in from that.
So it's like a
outside.
Sawdust Days tent. I have like those.
That's
big,
yeah,
those big
it's like
ass,
a festival.
tents.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a reference only you.
Yeah. Yo,
I don't know what that is.
it is our
Yeah.
hometown's festival
Yeah,
every
it's
year.
a-
Sawdust Days.
Yeah.
Why
Anyway,
haven't you taken me to this?
Because it's trash. And it's
Bad.
we could go, but
Sawdust
yeah.
Days.
It's super like.
We'll go for
country,
35
yeah.
minutes. We'll be like, I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
When you're kids, it's okay. Do
Yeah.
like fun kid stuff.
Oh
but,
yeah.
yeah. If you don't
I
have
still
kids,
need to go on a corn maze at some point.
I've never been.
I'm
to
pretty
a
sure
corn
they
maze in
literally
Michigan.
play this game where they walk a cow around the baseball field to see which number it shits on.
Yeah, that
And
is
you
actually.
bet
It's
on
called cow
numbers.
pie,
Yeah, and you bet on numbers.
and you get a pie if you win.
And if it, yep, 100%.
It's literally called
if
cow
it
pie.
shits on your number, you get a pie.
I love
Maybe
that.
we will
dumb
go to that.
shit.
That sounds fucking funny.
It's so dumb.
Ooh, we could go high as fuck.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
would
happens in
actually make
September,
it.
I believe.
I'll
so.
see way too many people I
Nice.
know, but yes.
Okay, me too. Fuck. God. Just fucking bumpkin X's walking. Jesus Christ! I used to. Oh. Anyway, so you are seeing the beginnings of what you thought was going to be a dance is more of a performance with children involved. You see them dressing up in, again, they have the face paint, and they have like tiny spears, or what looks like tiny spears. They're like wooden sticks, and at the end of them are like red sticky sacks. Like kind of if you touched it would go and stick to your hand.
Like in Hook, the Lost Boys have little spears that have things like
I
that.
do not
that
recall
paint.
this, but probably. And
You vividly remember the dining scene from Hook, but you don't remember the paint spears.
the dining seems the best scene because they ate Superman ice cream, or whatever it looked like, and I remember that vividly as a kid because I loved Superman ice cream. But everything else,
Superman ice cream is so bad.
it is not good. I don't like it now,
I
but I
don't
did
know what
like
that
it.
It's very disgusting.
It-
What
It's-
is the flavor of
of course,
Superman ice cream?
It's sugar.
Sugar.
It's very,
Is
very
it?
like Michigan-y.
It's just
Okay.
sugar.
I'm thinking places
No,
have
They had
Superman
it
ice cream.
very
a lot of
Michigan,
No.
other places. It was like one of the first things I had to talk to you about. Like
No.
Superman ice cream is essential. Blue Moon is
You don't
more
remember?
specifically essential.
Wait, you don't remember that we went to the ice cream shop in my hometown and
Yeah,
they
yeah.
have Superman ice cream there.
It's not the same, but
It's not the same.
it's not the same.
But it like originated.
it's
like,
it's like specifically purple cow blue Superman ice cream here. But you know. Anyway. And you watch this unfold and you watch the entertainment. Or
Yeah,
do you
for as long as
wanna-
it holds my interest.
It will hold your interest.
Very well.
Okay. So about a dozen of these children dressed up as small warriors with face paint begin to walk out, and they start to do like a dance at the sort of instruction of like a narrator that's behind the stage somewhere, that is just making sort of it's almost like a tonal singing thing that's just to add ambience and background. And then the kids join in, almost like it's sort of choiry at first, but it's I guess the only way to describe it would be like kind of a balance of like a child's Christmas pageant, hunting imagery, and the haka.
Yeah,
Dance.
like a haka thing.
But they're not like doing like the they're not doing the cool stuff. They are slamming their spears down and dancing and saying stuff in a language you don't understand. None of you understand it, which is the Hob language, and banging on it. And then an adult that everyone starts laughing at as like it's almost like you get the vibe, even though you're not part of the culture, that one of the dads chose to be part of this, and kind of like maybe that happens often, is dressed up as a deer and crawls around on his knees and sort of playfully runs away from the kids as the kids chuck the sticky spears at it. It seems to, as the words happen and sort of, the vibe you get is that this is a reenactment of some kind of cultural thing, but the kids are putting it on. And do you just stand and watch and do nothing else?
Yeah.
Okay. And this goes on for a good 10 minutes. And every time a spear is chucked in the direction of the deer costume, it's like kind of a shitty deer costume. It's a couple buckskins held over, and then he has essentially like not coconuts, but like a similar sort of thing that allows the clop noise. And fake like antlers, and a couple times like one of the kids hits and the antlers sort of fall off and people laugh and you have to put the antlers back on. And then when the kids hit it, eventually the dad pretends to die and all the people cheer, and then they take the buckskin and they take the horns, or the antlers rather, and they take it off the body, I suppose, and they wrap themselves in it as sort of like the spoils of the win, and then they all pull their spears off of the dad, I guess, and hold them up, and people cheer, and they seem really fucking pumped about it, and each of them seems to get a piece of the buckskin. As they take it back and they start cutting it up and giving the buckskin, as they wrap the buckskin around the fake spear, and give it to the kids. And now those dozen or so kids walk around with those spears for the rest of the event, proud of themselves that they were selected and managed to take part in this. It's definitely something for the community that you're not really culturally a part of, but it has, for you at least, it comes across as a bit cute. For you, it's just, I don't know how you interpret that, but there's a cute factor to it that I don't think you'd pick up on. And you'd just be like, fascinating. Murder. Mocking murder of an animal. Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of how it goes.
Yeah. And that's the entertainment for this section. As you are out here, and there are, the people clapping happens. The kids are enjoying themselves. The dad that dressed up buys all the kids one of those deep fried desserts that turn your lips purple. Gets all of them one of the sticks, and he's sort of a very jolly fella who's like, and it seems like two of the kids are his. And then that's pretty much the end of that as they sort of disperse and do the rest of their stuff.
Interesting that they teach the children how to use weapons and to kill, but through a sort of play.
You're still off somewhere, right?
I
Or
think
did you
Soren
come-
walked up,
Oh,
right?
yeah,
Am I
that
crazy?
You guys followed up.
No, I
Or-
didn't.
I thought one of you walked up. Okay. Well, you come back
No,
then.
I'm
You
just-
can come back to the table, and I mean they could see kind of what was happening.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Did you not play, Caps and Robbers as a kid or anything like that?
I didn't really play much as a child.
That
Tricks.
explains a lot, yeah.
I did have some dolls and stuffed things, but mostly it was learning how to sew or how to have proper manners.
Oh boy, I thought my childhood was depressing. Okay.
What do you mean depressing?
I don't know, I was poor, but like even I had toys. I had Stick and Rock, and they did not like each other. They had many, many adventures. It was like, they do not like each other, but they go on fun adventures. I did not have to learn proper manners. I had, fun.
Oh, I had fun too, but also learning proper manners.
Is that fun?
Well, you have
Well-
to learn how to be a functioning adult and to follow your role in society, so...
Oh god, that sounds terrible.
Not really.
It's nice to have some structure.
Do you not think that it is okay for people to find their own role in society without having to, learn it and stick to it rigidly?
I'm not really sure what you mean.
Like, for instance, you were, raised to be very wealthy people who had born with the spoon in mouth, the silver spoon.
Okay.
And now you are not. Do you
Yes.
see how that maybe disadvantaged you from being able to live life a different way?
I think we're doing all right.
You hear this term silver spoon, you're like, well, that's what spoons are made of.
Yeah, that's. We use
I'm not
spoons,
really-
yes.
I feel like if
not worth
anything,
it.
we're better off because we started out with money.
I think that wealth can give you many opportunities, but it sounds like it perhaps could trap you in a different way, in a way that you have not perhaps come to terms with.
I don't know if I'd call it trapped. But it is interesting that I get to be out here now.
Kind of like a roadblock more than a trap. There's always ways around.
I don't think I would have been upset had the betrothal gone through.
That is not a very healthy way to view marriage, I do not think. Not being upset about your wedding is not normally how people want to feel on the day that they are connected to their loved one for the rest of their lives.
Oh, well, it's not really about love, it's about status.
Yeah, that's most people do not like that. At least on a personal level, most people want to be with someone who they care about and love and have good feelings towards.
Love is just a fleeting emotion, though.
Oh my, oh no. Okay. For most people, no. You can feel love for people. Like, for instance, you love your brother, yes?
You start to hear gasps from outside the drinking tent. It's like people go, and you look over, and there is a child with a spear that has fallen and is gasping for air.
Oh, shit.
And you hear someone say, choking! He's choking! And the one of the adults around goes over and starts to fish around in the boy's mouth.
I'm gonna
with
go
their
help.
Finger.
I'll
You walk
go with him.
over. You walk. And there's a little bit of a gasp, and people are kind of protecting the kid and trying to fish out whatever's in there as he goes. What do you do?
Please back away. Let me look at him.
What are you?
Do you have any other options right now?
He's a doctor.
You're a doctor?
Yes, just let me look, please.
He's very
Yes,
good.
yes, please. And you see the kid is sort of like starting to get blue lips a little bit.
Gonna see if he's choking on something.
Definitely choking,
Okay.
and you see
I'm not hungry.
blue
Gonna
lips.
Fucking pick him up.
The
and
blue lips.
Heimlich him. What?
Not just from asphyxiation. There's like a
Probably the pastry.
the pastry seems, and you pick them up and you
Isaac maneuver.
the Isaac
The
maneuver.
Isaac.
You did not invent this thing.
True.
No.
But you do so. You can make a medicine check. Remember, you can add your.
Yeah.
It's
just
natural
mind if
19,
you'd like.
so
Okay.
22.
And very quickly, you find the sternum, and you try, importantly, not to like hurt the child too much. You know, and you sort of move your hand, and and there's just sort of like and the grossness of choking, and then people go. And the kid goes and just does the like gross kid cough with the tongue out. And the mom comes over and she's crying. She's like, "Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, you have to be more careful. Oh, thank you, my son." And
welcome.
just touches your face, and just like rubs it in like a weird. It's apparently like some sort of cultural thing that you initially are uncomfortable with, but allowed to happen. And then she holds her son, and he smiles, and goes,
No.
and then
Be a
and
little
then he
more
starts
careful.
to laugh, and then he goes, "Mom," and sort of pushes her away, and she's like, "What do you mean?" And he goes, "Can I go play?" And so they start to have that interaction as you sort of walk up, and people are like, "Hey, thank you very much," and see some clasps and some a drink gets pushed into your hand, and there's some people goes, "The doctor!" Valor! And someone raises your hand up, and people go, yes! And
Sorry for stealing your valor, Randy.
there's a little bit of a moment.
Never finished med school.
Not even a real doctor.
That's fine.
Fake it till you make it, baby.
Stolen
Really
valor.
questioning that shit in that moment. No one's questioning me.
And so you have averted that crisis. So, heading back into the tent, you spent about an hour there. Not much has happened. Farouz and the others have drank. Some people have come in, drank. The punch has been refilled a couple times. Are you drinking the punch?
I haven't.
Has anyone
taken-
finished a glass of the punch?
I'm trying to say sober in case anything happens. I'm paranoid.
Not yet.
Okay. Just sipping, nursing it. Set it down. Now you have 5 drinks at the table. Almost like the two of you have sipped a little bit, but you're trying to stay good. What do you want to do? As you stay and you watch, and Farouz and
Isaac
them
is absolutely content just watching.
yeah, they're having fun. Another hour goes by. The festival rages on, and you're seeing people have fun. You're seeing them drink. You're seeing them play games. And you're all sat here.
I'm gonna
on
go
the
get a
inside.
bunch of food for everyone.
Okay. So at a certain point, Isaac, hunger starts to hit. You offer a food run. Are you the only one going, or is anybody else
Let
headed?
me go with you.
You guys stay here and watch. We'll go grab some food.
Okay.
All right. So you get up, and you walk over to the area that has sort of the what would be the food truck area is many different tents that are offering different foods and stuff. You can smell it all throughout here. So they offer different kinds of soups and stews with like hearty vegetables, like root vegetables, potatoes, carrots, turnips, onions. Very, very hearty. They have fish, fried fish. Most of it's just fried. They have fried breads alongside those fish, and sometimes it seems that people put the fried fish within the bread and eat it. They have a particularly, as you walk through, a particularly popular portion is just selling. It's essentially barbecue. There's meat, and it seems shredded in some way, and then there's sides of beans that look like kind of big, almost like lima beans, in sort of a sauce, and pieces of non-fried bread to sort of sop it up, and it smells awesome. Like it smells like barbecue. It's smoky and meaty, and you can see behind where they serve it, you see people leaning down into a hole in the ground, and they are pulling out the roasted boar that has
like
been
berry.
covered overnight, and steeped in its own juices and the heat and the coals and you're feeling it right now.
Yeah, I am. That sounds so good, bro.
And you can get that.
I'm gonna do what you and I would do at a food truck fest,
course, you
and
get it all.
just get everything.
Yeah. And there's also, importantly, those blackberry desserts is what they are. It's blackberry on the inside. There's also specifically one other thing that you really notice is there's not everybody is drinking alcoholic punch. There's a very popular drink here that you pick up just through walking around and seeing it on signs written, all of which is free because most people pay an entry fee to get in, but you guys were hired. And that is called Gila's Tea, named after the dead goddess. And you walk up to this.
Sounds dangerous.
You walk up to this tea place, and they do a lot of that pouring of tea and sort of pulling the tea and making it really frothy and delicious. And as you watch this process, standing in queue for tea, you hear sort of a spiel over and over as they are trying to hard sell the tea to non-hob people that may not be familiar with it. And it is essentially the opposite of sun tea. If anyone knows what sun tea is, where you basically brew tea in the sunshine, and it sort of heats up and it gets a little bit more flavor going on. This is essentially steeped in while under moonlight, and then held and lightly fermented. And you get a little decanter of that and some cheap cups that allow you to drink it. And all of which is meant to just be left at your table.
Mhm.
Excuse me. And it smells like really good. Like tea, warm, and there's like fruity notes to it. And do you take a sip?
Yeah.
It is without a doubt the finest tea that you've had in some time. It is delightful. It has some of that blackberry thing going on. Deep tea, and it has like a cooling. Even though it's hot, it has this like almost like menthol, but without being like minty and ruining your mouth palate. It has that sort of like a mix of hot and cold sensation that's really pleasant as it goes down. Really good.
Sounds wonderful.
You bring back the bounty of food and tea and stuff.
Before we go back, I wanted to say stuff while we were gone.
Sure, yeah.
While we're in line, I guess.
Sure.
Brother, can you explain to me what love is?
It's... You know how you do all that stuff for me every day?
Mm-hmm.
If we weren't raised to be like that, would you still do it?
I guess, maybe. I've never thought of that.
So, if it's kind of like waking up and just doing stuff for the other person without having to be told to or taught to. It's just kind of like you just do nice things for people.
So love is when you do...
In a sense, but it's more or less like you do good things for someone, but you also share moments with them. Like meaningful memories.
I only knew about love through books and things. Like silly romance stories and whatnot, but when Ink asks if I love you, I don't know what that means.
How to explain love to someone without emotions?
Would you say that you love me?
Absolutely. You are my sister. We are family.
Is it because we're family?
Well, for us, love is different when it's your family. It's kind of something that you're born with, or you grow up with. Now, if you're talking about someone who's not family, it's much different. It takes time. It's not something that happens right away. It's you build up into like to be comfortable with someone. But like not just normally, but all of the time.
Would you say you love mother and father?
Absolutely. Even though you know how that went, I would still say yeah.
I think I understand a little bit.
It's kind of like doing things that the other person wants or needs without not enjoying it. If you enjoy doing stuff for that person, at some point it could get better.
We're trying to very materially to describe this.
Yeah.
It is tough.
Yeah. It's
I'm not sure if I
Soren and Ink sort of spin their guns at each other.
can understand it, but
I'm not sure if I feel that.
Not everyone does, I guess. It's like if we had friends that weren't them that we've known for a bit longer, most of them I probably wouldn't say I love them to, if any. It's when you see something you like, how do you feel? Like, I don't know, like a new fabric you've never used before.
Curious.
Right. But once you find out that you like that fabric, how do you feel? You have a favorite fabric, right?
I mean, they all have their purposes.
Well, of course.
I don't think I have any favorite above the others.
Is there one you prefer working with over the others?
Some of them are more difficult and some are more pliable.
Love is kind of like a mixture of all of those fabrics put into one. Some days it's difficult to work with, but some days it's easy and it flows nicely.
Sounds complicated.
It's very complicated.
You sort of bite your lip a little bit. Your arms feel heavy. And you walk over the table and drop off the food. Food. So, you spend some time eating some food. It's very delicious. Another hour goes by, nothing happens. Except for fun.
I'm not going to be tricked into
I'm not
going to
be tempted.
It's not happening.
You can't fool me. You fooled me many times before, sir.
I might start to mingle, I think.
You fool.
You fell right into the trap.
As Soren sort of gets up and looks around, are you interested in shops? Food's crossed off. Games?
Are there any like drinking games going on in the tent?
I mean, people are just drinking at each other. That's the drinking game.
Probably get one going.
Find them. Those are my people.
You've already been among them the whole
we're
time.
You're
in the drinking
That's
tent.
fine.
We are
I'm
in
just
the
gonna
tent where the
mingle with
drink-
You
different
haven't
drinks.
drank.
I'll start drinking.
Okay, you drink. Now you've begun drinking. Another hour goes by. Roll a Constitution saving throw. 15. Okay. You're holding it together. But lights are brighter. Colors are deeper. And food tastes better. And things are more fun. This isn't drunk. But for now. And basically, you're just mingling with people, and they're just drinking alongside you and asking you about what you got going on. They talk about your books. They talk about their shit that they got going on. Oh yeah, I work down at the factory, and they talk shop a bunch, and it's guys at a bar talking about nothing.
Yeah.
So that happens as you're like just a couple tables away, sort of mingling. You meet some people. You guys unflinchingly maintain your 5th hour of watching Farouz drink himself into
I am.
this. It's like the drink.
Oh god.
You enjoying it, security team?
We're having a great time.
You don't have to stay there.
What was that accent?
Can you believe that the sky once had only 8 stars?
Seems like it must have been very dark out that night.
Probably took a lot of effort to fix.
Farouz gets up and walks over towards your table and sits down.
Would you like some food?
No.
Maybe some bread, something to soak up some of the eel juice.
No, you don't want to waste it. You guys want to play tower?
What is tower?
You've never played tower before?
Can't say
No.
I have.
Oh, what do we put on the line?
Well, I don't know.
Pulls out about 40 platinum. You want? Oh, a little too rich. Gold?
I am
Put down
broke.
gold.
I'm broke right now.
I'll pay for you. Put down gold for me. Put down gold for you. It's on the house. This is put on gold for you, and you want to play as well. You do. And he starts to grab little satchels out of his pack, and he drops them down. And in front of you all, you open it up, and there are strange-looking polyhedral dice. This is called tower. You ready for tower?
Yes.
This is how you play. You have to get the most points. If you look at your polyhedral dice, you have big ones to small ones. You start big, you work down small. Every time you roll, you get that many points. Keep that in your head. Write it down or keep it in smart brain. Huh?
Okay.
There's a 20, a 12, a 10, an 8, a 6, and a 4. You accumulate these points.
What a strange array of numbers.
Why would anyone need dice with this many different shapes? Jesus
I
Christ.
don't know, we do it for lots of games. So, this is Tower. It is not simple rolling game. It is game of skill, sleight of hand, ingenuity, smarts, and a little bit of luck, and gamesmanship. We'll see what I mean. Everyone roll, and count your points. Ah, I got a 3. Terrible.
Do we just roll all at once? Just go through the whole thing? Or do we have to wait?
You have not learned Tower. We roll right now, one at a time. This round is important. We go in the rounds.
Is high good?
High
good?
is very good.
Oh, I got a 19, so that's as good.
Well, you are winning for now. We'll see how long this lasts, my furry friend. Now, everyone,
Yes.
you are not drunk enough?
Of course. We are working.
Not right now, you're not. You're off the clock.
Always working.
Everyone take a sip.
Take
A sip.
of my tea.
Take a sip.
Take
I
a
just
sip.
don't.
He doesn't care. Alright, you grab the 12.
Yes.
Then you roll it. I got an 8. You drop your dice! You fool! You lose! You're out!
Party foul.
You fool! Foolish fool!
Should be adding these as.
You keep it on the table. Dice fall off, you lose!
That's why I have this nice little box that I roll into.
Add it!
Where did you get this box?
Add it, but it is not done. You only get to add it as you build the tower.
Okay, so should I wait until we are rolling
Are
all?
we actually
As you build the
are
tower!
we making a fucking dice tower?
Hold on.
Hell yeah, I've
Hold
practiced
on.
this so many times.
Yep,
Hold
I'm a
on.
fucking professional.
I block all secrets and I remove the
I
end
built-
screen.
I have built so many
We
dice
build.
towers.
We build tower. So I got the 8, and you place upon your tower. It fell off.
I was moving.
Okay, I keep.
Do I have to have the numbers I rolled
Keep.
up? Or does
Yes,
that
you
matter?
have to keep the number you rolled
Oh,
up.
okay, never mind.
You cannot change number. You cheat. All right, you are new. I will give you a pass,
I'm
but
not changing them.
I will not see any cheating. You do not get to play. You lose. All right, you get to play.
I've built so many
You
dice
keep
towers.
playing. I make
Let's
rule for
go.
you, rookie.
D10.
Since we're playing with my money,
You
I don't
shook
care.
the whole
Bump
fucking
the
table.
table.
That was my fault. You all reset. I bumped it very hard with my knee. Don't worry about my knee. Worry about your dice.
I never used the D10 when I was making my towers, though.
You're not making a tower yet. We have not rolled the next one. You keep the D12, you fools. Go in order. Stop. You pay attention to rules right fucking now.
Where's the two?
This is very important game of my culture. Tower.
Don't slam the table, please.
Yeah, please stop.
Gamesmanship. D10.
Yes.
Roll. I got a 4. Not very good. Not very good. But you got to stack it too. It does not count. Stacked.
Raise the
Easy.
numbers. You're not.
Easy.
My
He's
hands
actually on hard mode over here with these dice.
Well, the dice is... Oh!
caught.
I'm seeing falls.
Caught.
It's like Jenga. You must only place on top. You cannot hold. You cannot hold the base. That is how tower work.
I did place on top.
Place on top. No. No. Yes. 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 I have it over here. 3. 3. Good job. Good job. Okay.
D8
Careful.
is
Careful.
weird.
Careful. D8. Oh, I got a 7. That's pretty good. You roll, but you don't get to tabulate until you put it on. With the 7 pointed up. This is good. This is good. This is. I'm very drunk. It's fine. I got a 7. Do not tabulate until you make the tower. That is when it counts. You understand?
Stop hitting the table.
I'm not hitting table.
The surgeon has really shaky hands with fucking.
You
weird.
hit table. You knock over drink. Party foul.
You know what's good though is I have this big ass D6, which is a
I haven't
great
used
base
it.
for
I've
the
just been
D4.
rolling it in my fingers.
Just rolling a fucking.
Look at this shit.
Why
is it? Fuck! Why is it so much?
You lose! But that is okay because
Why
it
is
is
this
my
D6
money.
huge?
Here, I'll give you a gold
That's a
anyway.
big D6.
I'm using this for my 6.
All right, hold on, wait. 6 now. 6 time. Time for 6. Ah, I got a 5. That's pretty good. You laid it down there. Very nice. This is tough. This is tough. You must. I keep it good. I keep it good. Okay, but you did not understand. Oh, you lose too. But I am in competition.
These dice actually
with
made it
these
harder.
two. Yes, the surgeon's hands.
I want to play this again.
Don't move. Don't move the table. This is crunch time. Crunch time. Okay, we are over here. That is your final score. Your final score.
That wasn't even my fault.
It's your final score. It's gamesmanship. It is part of the game. This is why it's fun.
You have the easy dice.
Last
to
one,
stack.
D4.
It wasn't even my fault. Too.
Wait. Enough of your competitive nature. D4.
Wait, I thought he was out because he dropped his dice.
He got back in. I let him. D4 is it? Shush! Shut the fuck up! I'm trying to tower tank game. D4 is not just points. D4 is multiplier. You place upon the last die.
You have sharp dice. This is cheating.
I have very professional dice. I got these from my friend, Long a Dog. Let's see
Oh,
it.
that's so.
It's falling.
It's not good.
Damn. The D6.
Ah! I win!
Fucked.
Of course I win.
I got
I am
fucked.
experienced.
Again.
Here, you all get game. You all get paid for these things. I get paid as well. Very nice. And that is tower.
There's one of my dice right next to your foot too.
Right next to my phone?
Yeah.
I don't see it.
Right there.
Oh. I think I see another one. Here you go.
Yeah.
Fucking
Just
I can't
Another one.
last until I
It's right
rebuild this tower.
oh shit.
Because it was beautiful.
Look at
It's
that.
so easy with my dice.
Oh, that's a
You
coin.
gotta
it's a
use
coin.
the
There
right
you go. It's yours.
dice for it, you know?
Found a coin on there.
Yeah, that's why. I have
I did lose the second coin.
I've done so
Sometimes you
many of
find
these
loose change.
plastic dice, but these.
All right,
these
you
are
want to play
stone.
for real? Now you pay.
How much?
One, I mean, whatever you want to bet. You bet the gold, that is part of pot. Gold. Who else bet? It's house money right now, technically. I just paid you gold to play this game.
No, then I just want to play.
Yeah.
Set your space. Now you understand tower. You understand how important it is. Choose your dice wisely. You do not get to go yet.
No.
We're not playing it. We have to set the bets. We don't put it in here.
probably a gold.
I need it here.
If it's
For
not a
pot.
gold, I'll trade you a gold later.
For pot. You also want to play? I need
So,
your gold.
all
Why
dice
do you
are.
forget?
So-
Look at the number in front of you.
So like.
And I thought I paid for myself. I'm very drunk.
All right, I'm ready.
Okay. All right. So here we go. Again. Base of tower. Most important.
Base of tower.
19. Woo! Pretty
Cool.
good.
Nat 20 right off the bat.
All right. All right. That doesn't mean anything unless you get the capstone on it. Okay? Don't talk your shit yet. All right. Only I get to talk my shit.
Do we all wait to go?
We go now. We all go together at the same time. D12. Oh, I got the 9. Okay. You tabulate. Be very careful. Be very careful. D10. You ready? D10 round. Oh, I won. Tragic. Oh, but the base is good. All right, don't roll until everyone's ready. You are ahead of the game. You have to wait. It is important. Wow, look at that big dice.
I saw the
This
DM.
feels
This
like
was like,
cheating.
wait a minute.
Use any of the dice that you have at your disposal, as long as they are the right denomination. I
I
don't really
need
care.
sharp dice for this now.
Everyone ready for next roll? It is the 8. Ah, damn it, another 1. 1. Fuck. Doing terrible. Did you drop?
Yeah.
You drop! Alright, this is where the nitty gritty happens. This is the 6 and the 4.
Mine's
Hardest
very
ones.
wobbly.
No shaking of table. It is gamesmanship. You place before you can tabulate.
Yeah, I haven't rolled 6 yet.
6. Damn, another 1. 3 in a row. Tell me, Hurt. Luckily, capstone. Secret weapon. Made this game up while I was high. 4.
Ooh.
Fuck, I got the 2.
I got a 4.
Fuck.
4.
Fuck. You place? You place and we wait.
Whew.
No, it's a fail.
I gotta write my.
Oh shit. Oh, you know 4 multipliers.
That's long enough to count. Last one, last one. Must maintain for everybody. Ah! All right, my young lady. 2 times 19,
23 times
38.
4. What's 23 times 4?
23
Yeah,
times 4 is 92.
What's 38 plus 18
56.
plus 6?
62.
62. How much you have?
90
90.
You win.
92.
something?
There you go. Congratulations.
Do you multiply all of your points?
Oh yeah. Multiply the whole tower. And that is how you play tower. You're very welcome. Enjoy the game.
I would have had 184 if I made that.
Just gotta stack better.
28. 33.
Actually, can never stack with these because the numbers, instead of being cut into it, are
39,
raised.
40.
So it makes it wobbly.
I would have had 160. I had 40 on the dot.
I had 46 with that.
And now I've
D4.
lost a d20.
Y'all, I used to make like
No, I didn't.
10 dice stacked
Yeah, I used to do
towers
that
on
shit
my
too.
like, especially for the online game. I have so many dice for Kali that I would sit there and make these big fucking towers on my desk while we were playing.
So, that's tower. You play that for a while. I'm sorry to disappoint you all.
Does it just end with nothing happening? You've given us PTSD.
You enjoy your night. People start to file out for you in the evening. And Farouz calls you to his table. Security team. Ah, yes. You've done a good job tonight. I heard you saved the boy.
I did. Yeah.
This counts as great service to Farouz and to Vadaval tonight. Key, you made the right decision. He goes, I know, Dad. All right. Well, let us settle up. I wouldn't be terrible if you did not get taken care of. So, what is your business in general? You always do just work like this?
Yeah, we solve problems for people, yes.
That's typically what we do.
All right. This is simple. Are you affiliated with anybody in town?
Just us.
Just us. We don't have any
Oh, really?
sponsorships at all.
Well, that's actually good. Usually people around here are directly affiliated with gangs, worse, government. So it's nice to see some free agents, I suppose. Well, if you just want money, that is absolutely something that we can discuss. I also have many things on offer. If you would like to get more material back, we could do a combination. It is up to you. But before we talk money, well, not before. How much are you looking for?
Well,
I think your services were pretty good.
We-
It is certainly not as difficult as it was, but you invested money and took the time.
do you know? Would you be willing to or able to sponsor us for pit dives? Is that something that we can work out?
I have not done such a thing in the past.
We need a sponsor to have sanctioned dives, and that's kind of our next.
Sponsor
one of our
for
next
the
steps.
sanction dive. There are some interesting things down there. I tell you what.
Yes.
Sponsoring Delve for. Have you ever been?
Never.
I would feel uncomfortable sending you to your death,
Understandable.
but if you go, finding some other method, and you come back, and you have something interesting from the pit, I mean, maybe we can work something out, and I will consider it. If you show yourself capable, and otherwise, I would feel very guilty about sending such nice people to such a place.
Makes sense.
Understood.
But I will not be in town for a bit after the next couple of days. But when I am around, I will be here. So
Are you normally just around, like, in this?
in
Like, do you have a
Hopton, I
specific-
also, I do things now and then. I am also loosely affiliated with the different factions within the city, so sometimes things happen. I do not have a direct route to the long way down, however. We've stayed out of such things for quite some time. But if I happen to have a connection, I could see how this could be beneficial. I would not be opposed to such an arrangement in the future.
All right.
As for payment, I can offer you. You spent 30 to do this, 50 each? Maybe more? Does that sound good? Your faces don't say that sounds good. Maybe 60 each? A little bit
That
of
is
double
most
your.
of the way to our end.
70?
70. Why don't we talk about what things I have to offer right now, and
Fair
maybe we
enough.
can adjust.
I like that.
Are you familiar with moonblade weapons?
Not really.
This is a specialty of my people. Okay? In Vadaval, the hob folk, we pride ourselves in, originally living off the land, but then over the last 30 years, the collection and refinement and production of moon shard artifacts. Some call it moon flesh, some call it moon chips, some call it, but you know what I'm saying. I have glaives, swords, things like this. But really, anything that you can think of, functionally, how Moonblade weapons work is all Moonblade weapons do max damage every time. However, every time you roll 1d4. On a 1, the weapon breaks. But on a nat 20, it breaks but does additional radiant damage as it does so. These are a little bit more expensive than your average weapon, but not too much. It's affordable. It's made with more like the shavings, not full moon stones that you can get much of the magical properties at, but they're very reliable, if a little brittle at times. But cut deep and very, very good, especially in tight spots when you need to maximize your efficiency. Very good for hunting, for sure. I also offer. Why don't you sort of quiet down a little bit. Sort of reaches into a satchel and pulls out a long, way longer than you thought would be possible, chest out of the pouch on his side. And he takes some keys that also were in that pouch and unlocks it. And inside are 3 things. This is just what I have to offer right now without all my other supplies and stuff that are being looked over by other people right now. But I have some things on hand for these exact occasions. I have what we call dusk powder. Our hunters use it to... the group stay in... the group stay in obscurity while hunting for things. Effectively, it casts paths rather than trace ones. We have moon dust, which you've heard of, which is a little bit of a little drug. If you're interested in such a thing, not strictly illegal. Not strictly illegal. You know the effects of moon dust in your pamphlet, in your moon chips pamphlet. It offers a variety of different things. And last but not least, I also deal in aspects of the natural space of Vadaval. We deal in the collection and harvest of the natural order of things. And sometimes those things have many benefits. For instance, you saw earlier the play with the children. You use every part of the animal when you kill it, sort of vibe. That's kind of what is going on there. Also, it's fun. They throw spears and shit. But it is, nonetheless, partly a lesson, sort of a philosophy of non-waste. And even in the case of monsters, we try to waste. So, in the interest of this... Oh, it's not done. In the interest of this... Out of the thing, there's like a 1.5 foot tall like glass tube with a big sort of screw top, like metal screw. It almost looks like a big Voss water bottle. Not as nice, but and inside it's got like this yellowish sort of liquid, and there is a severed, long-fingered, green-skinned hand. Come here.
What's that?
Tap the glass. And it tries to scratch at you. It's still alive.
What is that?
This is troll hand, kept in vinegar to prevent regrowth. It's nice, huh?
I want that.
Well, I mean, if... I could offer it instead of part of one of the payments.
You can take my payment for it.
You are not very good at negotiation.
No.
You know that? You will not be doing the
I
negotiation
need
from
this.
now on. Okay.
You don't understand.
Okay, well, you could have had it in gold, but cool.
There is a
Don't
thing.
worry, I will not take advantage of your friend. Okay.
I did not think about it until now, but we know of a creature in the woods that might be capable of producing moon chips.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe its body would be of use if it could be hunted.
We hunt these animals sometimes.
Have you ever heard of it? It's like a big white deer, but with no
Big
head.
white deer. Sometimes we have big white deer, yeah.
No,
No.
It does not have head. It is basically a
And-
forest
bramble.
of antler.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, these are normal.
You've seen these before.
Yes, very horrifying at first, but otherwise they are deer. They're creepy. Creepy deer.
One attacked us.
Oh, really? You got attacked by... How did that go?
It ran away after we...
Haunting
damaged it.
creatures. They sound a lot like... we call it
Wendigo.
chupacabra.
Like a Wendigo.
Yeah, cannibal thing. A creature. It sounds like it, but it's not.
We met someone who was, we believe, bitten by one, and it started...
Bitten. They don't have mouths.
Gored,
Then I get
rather.
gored, I guess I
Something
should say.
bit him, and there were moon shards in the wound. I've never
That's
seen that
interesting.
before.
I have seen it before. This is a type of moon plague sort of thing. It's an affliction that happens from time to time. In,
From bites.
not bites. Well, I mean, I guess it could be a bite if something had teeth like that. So what has happened is, it seems silly to ask. None of you have been to Vadaval before.
No.
It is an inhospitable place for many outsiders, but our people have made it home as it was home before, and some stay, some travel out. I sort of do both. There's a contingent of our people that like to live a bit more rustic to stay. And these are dire creatures. They've been changed over time by moon crash. There's lots of the fields of Vadaval was once a beautiful place, fertile in every way, and with robust communities there. And the tragedies of the moon crash. Well, there's a bit of dispersal of the population through death, and also the unfortunate aftermath of what happens. But throughout that, there has been some. What is the word you would use? Change.
The creatures have changed over time after
Like
exposure.
some of them, not all
to
of them. Yeah,
Like
but there's some
evolution, in a sense.
mutation. I think is probably
Makes
the
sense.
word you would use science word for.
Yeah, that works.
It. We had dire creatures before the moon crash. I was but maybe how many years ago was it now?
At 30.
Okay, I was 15, so it was bad. But we had dire creatures before with their spines, and it's not much different than this. But they do offer a little bit more of a. Again, they hurt a little bit more, and they leave these
That would make
terrible,
sense.
terrible scratches that can become infected sometimes with growth.
Interesting.
Are you able to do anything with the growth if it's removed?
You can make moon weapons. The moon blades. Not nothing with so much magical power, but yes, you could use the. It's very, very sharp material. Again, brittle, but.
Do you believe these? Has anyone ever made bullets with these?
I think it would break apart inside the barrel.
Okay.
But you make arrows with it for sure.
All right.
Blow darts. Other
Dagger,
stabbing,
perhaps?
cutting implements.
Okay.
How much would you say it would be worth?
What?
If we were to have some of this material?
Not much. It's fairly common enough, but it's not worth nothing. Why, do you have some on hand? How much do you have?
Don't have it on hand. It's back at our place.
Well, how much, though?
Fuck.
Just
It's like a
about-
jar. A little
It's just like
jar.
a It's not. It's not very much.
I mean, it would be enough to try to craft some things with if you'd like to try your hand at it, but frankly, it is worth keeping more than it is worth selling. But if you're really down for cash, you could probably get that speakeasy. One of them. I sometimes trade with them, so you might find some interesting goods there. Let me pay you. Here. We take 6 and 6 of those and 6 of those for you. And this is a little bit more expensive in the payment, so I do that and I don't go to Saturday. How about?
Understandable.
Yes, you're doing quite a deal out of it.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Do not let it out of the vinegar.
I won't.
It will grow into a troll.
Yes, let's not do
How
that.
long
the
does
hand.
it take for these things to grow? You
Oh, it'll take many days, but I mean, if you just leave it unattended and
Oh,
you
yes.
just put it away in like a cellar and it breaks out.
I was just wondering because
Also, strap it down. Don't. It was in a case for a reason. Don't let it like teeter off.
I
Like,
won't be. Don't worry.
okay, well, if you do, you will have a troll in your hands and you will have to defeat it in battle.
Do you have more Molotov cocktails?
That would be
not
perfect.
bad.
Fire
Vinegar.
and acid is why the vinegar is the acid. It doesn't kill it, but it keeps it from regrowth. It's perfect acidity. Although it tastes terrible. Do not eat troll. I've
plan
tried
on
this thing. It is repugnant.
If someone tried to eat a piece of troll, would the troll grow in their body?
No.
You have acid in your
The
body,
acid.
do you
Once
not?
the acid, yes, it's
Yeah,
fine.
it would. break
People
it.
have acid in their body?
Yes, everyone
Oh,
does.
Why does
Boy.
it not eat your body?
It's in your
Have you ever
stomach.
thrown up?
Yes,
There
it
you
is
go.
spicy.
It's acid. Yeah, throwing up acid.
So the spicy is the acid.
Oh, alright.
Yeah.
Your stomach has lining on it to prevent
I don't know
the
what that
acid.
is, but I do know you have spices in there. Well, not good spicy. Yucky spicy. I like a good spicy, though. Well, I thank you for your services tonight.
If you ever
Thank you.
if you ever need anything else, we're stationed up at the 84 Bay Ridge. If you need any help and you
Oh,
don't
you have
want
like
to,
an establishment.
we're setting one up. So if you need something and don't want to go through the deli,
I tell you what, I will stop by on my next journey through sometime. It is not super far out of the way. It's in Chipside, right down there. Yeah. I've probably been around. We could grab drinks, talk, and at minimum, we have a pleasant conversation. At most,
Sounds great.
Maybe we offer something that I cannot be unpersuaded to. I don't think. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be a good thing. Yeah. You guys are. Well, not as much fun as I thought you would be, but you're definitely not fun.
next time when we are not on the job, we will have many drinks with you. I assure you.
That would be great. All right. Well, I hope you're satisfied with your payment. I apologize again for the miscommunication. Sorry. Key. Will you next time maybe not spring on security detail? No promises. You keep denying your safety. I will have to do these things. He is very paranoid. Nice boy though. As you see, Key is holding Balu and just scratching him. All right. Well, thank you for coming to Vadaval. Did you get to do any of the fun things?
I did the shooting.
No shooting.
Yes.
Shivai,
Yes.
she win?
She did.
I wonder what the pot's up to. She always wins.
She's very good.
She's only lost a handful of times in her life, and it's... Well. Alright, well... I am fucked.
You should probably get some rest then.
Hell no! There's so much more punch.
Well, stay hydrated. You don't want to wake up and hate yourself tomorrow.
I think punch will hydrate.
Yeah, he's hydrating from the punch.
Yes,
That's
punch above a certain content.
I don't think you're gonna win this one.
Fair enough.
Thank you for your hospitality. It was fun.
Yes.
Of
that's
course,
a
and
good
thank you
night.
for saving the young lad. And although I hear he did not take it very seriously,
Kids never do.
that's good. He's not traumatized from choking on his delicious treat. So there's worse ways to die, I guess.
It's fair enough.
Hopefully, he has still got the taste for delicious blackberry tarts.
They are good.
They're very good. I'm gonna get some. All right, I'll be around. Yeah, again, sort of leans over towards Isaac, who's clearly the business person of the group. I don't know what you're going to do with that, but if you want more stuff like that in the future,
I have a couple things I'm in search for. I'll keep you in touch.
well, next time I'm around, I will make sure to bring some pieces, and we'll see what we can do.
Sounds good.
All right. Good. I would love a contact for some sort of these pieces because they're more of a niche sort of thing. And when magic was part of the world, monster parts were a massive part of the economy. But it is dwindling. If it's stabilized, but it is more rare. So I don't hold as much as I used.
Would you like to know what I'm looking for specifically? I can tell
Oh,
you.
I'm not going to go on any
Well, yes, but
hunt for
if you
anything,
see it,
but
then-
sure. What do you need?
Well, I need hill giant muscle fibers and some crocodile hormone glands.
I do not know what a hormone is, but I do have glands.
Yes,
I don't know if I have any crocodile things.
that's all right.
Hill
Something
giants
similar.
is possible. They are violent creatures, though, and well, sometimes that is rude. That is rude. Not all. I have met a couple very nice giants, but the hill giants of Vadaval are fucking rude.
Anyways, if you do need to contact us, we stay at 84 Bay Ridge.
Ah, yes.
Right across from.
All right. Well, I'll make sure to stop by next time I am in town. This could be a fruitful relationship.
I agree.
And if not, we'll have drinks one more time. It will be nice.
So, are we done, or would you like us to stay and keep
No,
watching?
you're free to leave
Alright, well, have a wonderful rest of your evening.
as well.
We're gonna walk out of the tent. It's gonna fucking blow up. We're gonna get out of fucking like eye shot, and we're just gonna hear a big explosion.
You walk out of the tent, and you walk out of Vadaval, and you make your way back to 8-4. And the evening concludes peacefully and with fun. And with the possible, maybe the first genuinely kind individual that you've come across.
He's pretty nice.
And next time, we'll pick up with some new funds and whatever you want to do.
How much money do we all have?
Oh, I don't fucking know.
60, 60, 60.
Less than that.
How much money is our rent?
300. But we have enough money to do an
70.
unsanctioned
I mean,
delve
we
if
still have
want.
like a week and a half.
I know, I'm trying to tabulate how much money we have and see if it's worth paying now and then, like... Because we have... Technically, I have 50. I just put one back into the pot.
Okay. Okay, well, thanks for hanging out. This was a longer sesh than last time, which is good because we had a couple short ones in a row. So yeah, we're gonna go hang out. We'll be back next Thursday with more of the good stuff. I'm very excited. Tomorrow we're all gonna hang out, so no streams or anything tomorrow from I assume either of us, unless you do a really late night one after you go home. But we're gonna watch Batman tomorrow.
Batman!
So you
I
should
hope
buy
that's
the
good.
Batmonk subclass on...
Some class.
Yeah.
All right. We love your faces. Thanks for hanging out. And the hammer. All right.
I'm killing the stream.
It's dead. No.
Kill it.